I wrote the number down before my mother said it. Friday morning, at my kitchen table, I was making a list of every true thing I knew about her, a known good copy to keep in case anything changed. And I wrote the number of her classroom door, and it came out wrong. I crossed it out. When I called her later, she told me she had stood in the hallway of a building she had worked in for 22 years, and for half a second could not find her own room. That the number on the door had looked wrong to her. I test other people's software for a living. I notice small wrongnesses. And sitting there with a crossed out number in my own hand, written before she ever saw it, I started to wonder if I had begun noticing the wrongnesses that had not happened yet, and whether the next one was going to be my mother. I went to the kitchen table and drank some water. Delphine called at 7:15 Friday morning to tell me we were not going back to the storage unit, which was good, because I had spent the part of the night I was not sleeping deciding I was going to go back to the storage unit. I should say who Delphine is, for anyone keeping a log of their own. Delphine Vargas. She took the Tier 2 escalation calls no one else at the AOL Center would touch. She had a manila folder with 63 tickets in it that should not exist. And I had not stopped calling her Vargas since 1993, which was the year I met her, and also, give or take, the year I should have done a number of things differently. She is the only other person on Earth who knew any of this was happening. And that morning, she was also the only person making sense. We're not going back, she said. Not today, maybe not for a while. Here's my reasoning, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. She does this. She lays out the logic first, so that arguing with her feels like arguing with a flowchart. 1. The light was on. Someone or something is using that unit, which means going in is no longer breaking into an empty box. It's walking in on a person. 2. We have no idea what walking in on that person does. 3. A pause. 3 is the one that matters. You have somewhere to be on Sunday. And I think Sunday is more important than the unit. And I think you know that. And I think it's why you didn't sleep. I was standing at the kitchen counter. The notebook was where I had left it Wednesday night. Open. Sky wrong, and Mom found the photograph, in my own all caps. And I had not added the storage unit to it, because adding it would have made it a fact. And I had wanted one more night of it being a thing I saw, and not a thing I logged. You think something's gonna happen to my mother, I said. I think the photograph keeps changing, Delphine said. I think you told me it grew a spaceship between Wednesday and last night. I think things that change in this folder are things someone is working on. And I think the last thing you want is to be standing in a storage unit in Schaumburg while someone finishes working on your mother. I did not say anything. Call her, Delphine said. Not to warn her. You can't warn her. There's no sentence. Just call her. Be a son. I'll keep the folder. The unit will still be there. And she hung up, because Delphine ends calls the way other people end thoughts when they are done. Here is the problem with warning someone about something you cannot describe. I sat at the kitchen table for a while and tried to draft it, the way I had drafted the reply to the architect, in my head, in numbered points. Mom, there was a thing. Mom, your memory of my 5th birthday might change. And if it does, I need you to write down the old version first. Mom, If you ever stand at your own front door and do not know who I am, that is not you. That is them. And I need you to fight it. Every version was insane. Not metaphorically, clinically. Every version was a sentence that, if my mother had heard it from one of her fourth graders, would have prompted a quiet phone call to the boy's parents. I am a person who notices small wrongnesses for a living, and I could not find a single arrangement of words that warned my mother without making me the wrongness in the conversation. I tried framing it as a dream. Humor me. Write down what you remember about my birthday. But my mother has spent 22 years detecting the exact moment a child decides to lie to her, and she would have heard the scene before I finished. And then I would have a worried mother instead of a deleted one, which felt like a downgrade I could not justify causing on a hunch. There was also the uglier problem, which was that I did not entirely believe it myself. A man who notices everything also doubts everything, including the things he notices. Some clerk in the back of my skull was still stamping each of these probably explicable and filing it, because the alternative was to call my mother and say a sentence that could not be unsaid. So I did the thing you do instead, which is the thing that does not work. I decided to gather evidence. I decided that before I called her, I would establish the baseline. I would write down everything I remembered about my mother, the real version, the known good build, so that if anything changed, I would have the diff. A QA tester, confronted with a thing he loves and cannot protect, will, given the chance, reach for a regression test. I opened the notebook to a clean page, and I wrote Karen at the top, underlined. And under it I started a list. Karen Holloway Mariani. Known good. 4th grade, North Side, room 114. No, room 11. A silver Buick that smells like the peppermints in the console. Calls me Wesley, always, never Wes. Watches ER on Thursdays. Cries at it, denies crying. Pot roast on alternating Sundays. And this is a pot roast Sunday. Reads me like a book she has read before. Rose-fed is a pot roast Sunday. Reads me like a book she has read before. I stopped at room 114 because I had written 114, and I had crossed it out. And the honest thing to say is that I knew exactly where 114 had come from. I had spent the previous night staring at a door with that number on it. It was the most available number in my head. A man writes down the thing he cannot stop thinking about. And I could not stop thinking about that door. So my hand put it where my mother's room number was supposed to go. That is the boring explanation. And it is a good one. And I believed it for about 4 seconds. My mother's classroom is room 11. It has been room 11 since I was old enough to visit it on a day off school and sit at the small desks and feel enormous. Room 11. I had written 114 and a list of true things about my mother. And the boring explanation covered why the number was in my head, but it did not cover why my hand had reached for it here, on this line, in the one place in the notebook where my mother and a wrong number could end up sitting on top of each other. I crossed it out, and I did not feel better. I looked at the cross out for a long time. Then I did something I had not planned to do, which was try to remember the party myself. Not the photograph. The party. If my mother was the one being edited, and the photograph was the lever, then somewhere in my own head there should still be a clean copy. The real 5th birthday. The one without the spaceship. And I was the QA tester. I was supposed to be the one with the uncorrupted build. I closed my eyes and I reached for it. There was the sheet cake. White, a number 5 candle, my name spelled Wesley in blue gel. I had that. I was sure of that. And then I reached past it for the rest of the day. The room, who was there, what I'd worn. And the rest of the day was not there. It was not blank, which would have been honest. It was smooth, wiped down. A counter after someone has cleaned up. I did not actually remember my 5th birthday at all. I remembered one detail, the misspelled name, and had been carrying that single frame around my whole life, calling it a memory. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for someone to slide a spaceship into the empty space around it, because the empty space was already there. Maybe is mostly empty space, with a few load-bearing details holding up a roof of confidence. I am the backup copy, I thought. And the backup is one frame and a feeling. That was the moment I stopped doubting and got scared, if you want the timestamp. Not the light under the door. This. A man sitting at his own kitchen table, discovering that the version of the past he was supposed to protect was on inspection, almost entirely missing. And that the thing in Schaumburg did not need to fight me for the territory, because I had never really held it. Then I closed the notebook, because the regression test was the kind of idea that feels like control and is actually the opposite. And I picked up the phone, and I called my mother like a person. She picked up on the second ring, the way she always does, because she keeps the cordless on the arm of the chair where she watches her shows. Wesley. Not a question. She always knows. You never call on a Friday morning. Friday morning, you're at the salt mine telling them their game is broken. Took a personal day, I said, which was true in the sense that I had not gone in, and false in every sense that mattered. Good. You sound like you needed one. You sound thin. She said it the way she has always said it. You sound thin. And I want to be clear that this time it was her. It was my mother on a cordless phone in her own apartment saying the things she has said to me my entire life, and it did not come out of a car radio. And I had to actively reassure myself of that. Are you eating? Don't answer. I can hear that you're not. Sunday. Pot roast? I'm doing the carrots the way you like. The burned ones. I'll be there. You'd better. I have the photograph. I told you about the photograph. A small, pleased sound. Your 5th birthday. You and the cake. I keep looking at it. I'd forgotten that whole party. Can you believe it? A thing I was at. And there it was in the shoebox under the bed. And now I can't stop looking at it because it's coming back. The more I look, the more I remember. I remember the spaceship on the cake now. And the little candles shaped like planets. I don't know how I ever forgot a cake like that. I sat very still. There had been no spaceship, and there had been no planets. There had been a sheet cake from the Jewel with my name spelled wrong. I knew that the way I knew my own phone number. My dad called me again. My mother was on the line. "Hey, hon," I heard her say, and I could picture her face on my phone screen. It was the brightest thing I'd ever seen. Infantile terror. Disordered self-satisfaction. Intellectual prophecy. Purposeful deception. Irritation. Sorrow. A quiet couple at the kitchen table. I'd felt depression. I wasn't afraid to be alone. But I also did not say the thing I wanted to say, which was, "Mom, stop looking at the photograph." because I had no reason to give her that a sane person would accept, and because some animal part of me understood that the photograph was not the danger. The looking was. The looking was how it got in. And I could not tell her to stop looking at a picture of her own son without becoming the kind of son she would worry about. The candles shaped like planets were the part that stayed with me. On Wednesday, it had been a UFO cake she had just found. By last night, in the car, it was a cake with a spaceship on it. Now there were planets. The edit was adding detail in passes, the way you light a model in stages, and each pass she remembered it harder. "I'm glad you found it, Mom," I said. "You'll see it Sunday. You'll see how happy you were." A pause, and her voice changed. Went a half step toward the voice she uses for the thing she actually called to say. Except I had called her, so it was the voice she uses for the thing she had been carrying. "Wesley, I had the strangest thing happen. You'll laugh." "Tell me." "I went to the school yesterday to drop off the field trip forms, and I went to my room, and I stood in the hall outside it for a second because..." She laughed, a real one, embarrassed. "Because for just a second I couldn't remember which one was mine. 22 years in that building, and I stood in the hall like a substitute. It came right back." "Room 11, of course, and the hall by the window. But for a second, Wesley, the number on the door looked wrong to me. Isn't that the silliest thing?" "The peppermints in the Buick console. The burned carrots. Room 11. End of the hall by the window." "What did the door say?" I asked, and I kept my voice exactly level. The level I use when a bug is reproducing, and I do not want to spook it by being excited. When it looked wrong, what number did it look like? "Oh, I don't know. A bigger number. Sillier. It doesn't matter. It was a half a second." I could hear her waving it off, the actual physical gesture traveling down the line. "I'm getting old, that's all. You'll find out. Eat something before Sunday so I don't have to look at you being thin across my own table. I love you. Go enjoy your personal day." "I love you too, Mom." "Room 11, she said to herself, pleased to have it back. And she hung up. I put the phone down on the table next to the notebook. Then I opened the notebook to the Karen page, to the line where I had crossed out 114 and written 11. And I sat with what I had and what I did not have. I did not have a confession from my mother that her door had said 114. She had not given me a number. She had given me a bigger number, sillier, a half a second, and waved it off. I was the one supplying the 114. I knew that. I am a person who finds the pattern he is looking for. That is the entire job. And a person like that has to be careful, because the pattern he is looking for and the pattern that is there are not always the same pattern. But I had written it down before she called. That part was not inference. The number was on the page in my own crossed-out hand, before my mother stood in a hallway and could not find her own room. The boring explanation told me why 114 was in my head. It did not tell me why I had spent it on her. The architect reads ahead. We had said it out loud at the Denny's. It stands up at the end of the week and looks back. I had spent all week being the one who looked back at it. I had not once considered that I might be starting to do the same thing to my mother. Or that I might just be a frightened man finding spaceships in a sheet cake. I could not tell which. And that was the whole problem. Because the architect had built me a week in which those two things felt exactly the same from the inside. I called Delphine. I think I can read ahead too, I said. A little. Wrong. Badly. By accident. I wrote a number down before my mother said it. The number on her classroom door. The one that looked wrong to her. I wrote it before I called her. She told me after. The line was quiet. Then, what was the number? 114. I heard her not say anything, which from Delphine is a paragraph. Mariani, she said finally. First, the obvious thing, because one of us has to say it, and you won't. You sat outside a door with 114 painted on it for half an hour last night. Of course it's the number in your head. You'd write 114 on a grocery list right now. So, this proves nothing. And if you brought it to me as a ticket, I'd close it as user error, and so would Brian. A breath. That's the part I'm supposed to say, and I've said it. And here's the part I actually believe. You wrote it on your mother's line. Not on the cat's line, not on the Tercell's line. On hers. Before she told you her door went wrong. I can explain the number. I can't explain the aim. Her voice flattened. It's not just leaking backward into the tickets anymore. I think it's leaking into you a little. Badly. The way a bad photocopy picks up a shadow from the page underneath. You're a noticer. That's why it mailed you in the first place. And I think you're starting to notice the things it hasn't done yet. And I think the thing it hasn't done yet is your mother. That's not the part that scares me, I said. I know it's not. Say the part that scares you. The part that scares me is that the edit it's working on is my mother. The photograph, the classroom, those are warm-ups. It's getting her ready. And I can feel it coming. The way you feel a patch in QA before it deploys. You see the version number tick, and you know the build is staged, and there's nothing to do but wait for the window. I looked at the notebook, at known good underlined at the top of the list to my mother. Sunday's the window. I don't know how I know. I know. Delphine did not tell me I was wrong. That is the thing about Delphine. The thing that made her the only person I could call. She does not comfort you by telling you the wrong thing is not happening. She thinks about it, and then she tells you what to do. The mother of youth. Mom. How? Why? Then you go to Sunday dinner, she said. You eat the burned carrots, you look at the photograph, and you remember every single real thing about her as hard as you can. Because you're the backup now, Mariani. You're the known good copy. Whatever it does to her, you're the one who'll still have the version with no spaceship in it. She paused. And you take the notebook. Write down what's true while it's still true. I'll have my pager on. If anything happens, you page me, and I will be in that Civic before you finish dialing. I said, okay. And Mariani. Her voice did the thing it had done at the Denny's. The flat, even thing that is how she sounds when she is afraid and refuses to perform it. Whatever looks wrong on Sunday, however she looks at you, it's not her. Remember that, it's not her. It's them, finishing the build, and your mother is somewhere underneath it being overwritten. And the worst thing you could do is treat the new version like it's the real one, just because it's the one standing in front of you. I wrote that down too, after we hung up. I wrote it in all caps on the Karen page, under the burned carrots and the peppermints in room 11. If she looks at me wrong on Sunday, it is not her. It is the build, Do not accept the new version. She is under it somewhere. I kept looking at that. I wrote it twice. If she looks at me wrong on Sunday, it is not her. It is the build. Do not accept the new version. She is under it somewhere. A few minutes later, my mother called. It was a warm, ordinary call. One of those. How are you?
Then I sat at the table with the phone and the notebook and a list of true things about my mother, and I waited for Sunday. The way you wait at a west-facing window for a sky you already know was going to go wrong.
Except this time the window was 2 days long, and the wrongness had my mother's face, and was, even now, somewhere in a unit that is not on any map, being carefully and lovingly rendered.
2 days. I want to tell you I spent them well, that I called her every hour and anchored her with my voice. I did not. I called once, Saturday, under a thin excuse about the pot roast, and she was fine. Completely my mother, telling me the carrots were already on the counter and I should stop checking up on her like one of her own students. I listened to her be entirely herself and could not hear a single wrong note. And that was worse than a wrong note, because it meant the build was staged and quiet, and I was the only one who could feel the version number sitting there, waiting for its window. There's no one you can tell that the person you love is fine in a way that frightens you. I did not sleep again that night. I am, by trade and temperament, a person who watches for the thing to deploy. I watched.
I had been holding the photograph for 3 hours, and I had not noticed I was holding it. That is the kind of thing that happens to a man on the night he finds out that being careful was a bill he had been paying for nothing. That is the kind of thing that happens to a man on the night he finds out that being careful was a bill he had been paying for nothing. My name is Wes Mariani. 6 days before this, an email had come in on the wrong line, from an address that did not exist, and it had been right about everything since. Right down to the phone call, right down to the storage unit it told me to stay out of. There was one thing that week it had not warned me about. And there was one rule I had kept the whole time. The rule that was supposed to be the only thing keeping me alive. I was about to break it. Delphine got to the apartment at 11 that night. She had driven the whole way up from the south side with the folder on the passenger seat and the pager on the dash, and she came up the back stairs past the spot where the orange cat sits, and the cat was not there. I want to tell you I noted that and filed it. I did not. I was past noting things. The first thing she did was take the photograph out of my hand, because she could see I had lost hold of it. She looked at me and she did not say "you look like hell," which is how I knew she had decided to be gentle. And Delphine being gentle is a worse sign than Delphine being blunt, because she rations it. She took the photograph. She looked at it for a while. The plain white cake, the number 5 candle, my name in blue gel, where the kid at the Jewel had heard my mother wrong. Then she did a thing I did not expect. She put it down on the table, face up, and she put her hand flat on top of it, and she closed her eyes for a second. And I understood she was doing the only ceremony available to a person who does not pray, which is to stop and mark a thing and be still over it. She is not a sentimental person. I have known her since 1993, and I have seen her cry once. At a movie she pretended she was not crying at. She stood in my kitchen with her hand on a photograph of a birthday I do not remember, and she gave my mother the only funeral my mother was going to get, which was the silent attention of one tired woman at 3 a.m. And then she opened her eyes and got to work, because that is also who she is. She opened the manila folder on my kitchen table, and she put the photograph inside, in the front, ahead of the 63. And she wrote something on the tab, in her small, square hand, and she turned the folder so I could see it. She had written, Holloway, Mariani, K. And under it, witness, son, present. You're in the folder now, she said. Both of you. Her under the edit, and you as the one who saw it. That's the record. That's what we have. She closed the folder. I'm not going to pretend that's enough, but it's not nothing. And I need you to not argue with me about the difference tonight, because I drove 100 miles to not have that argument. I did not argue. I made coffee, because making coffee is a thing the hands can do when the rest of you is offline. And we sat at my kitchen table, the way we had sat at the Denny's a lifetime and 4 days ago. The folder sat between us. 63 tickets. And my mother. Delphine drank her coffee and did not perform comfort at me, did not tell me it would be okay, did not reach across the table. And I was grateful for it, in a way I did not have the equipment to say, because every true thing about the situation was unbearable, and she was not going to insult me by pretending otherwise. The building hummed its almost F-sharp, and I looked at the folder, and I had the thought that changed the shape of everything after it. The thought was simple. I want to give it to you plainly, because it was not a dramatic thought. It arrived the way a true thing arrives. Quietly. Already finished. For 6 days, I had been careful. We both had. The whole plan, from the bakery on, had been option 3. Investigate quietly, do not escalate, do not send the draft, do not call a newspaper. Be 2 people who were harder to watch than 1. And the reason for all of it, the entire load-bearing reason, was to keep the thing from noticing us harder than it already had. To protect what we had. To protect the people in the blast radius. And it had reached into the blast radius anyway. It had taken my mother off a list I did not know she was on, while I sat across a table from her being careful. Careful had not bought her 1 extra day. Careful was a tax I had been paying to a thing that took what it wanted regardless. I was done being careful. Not angry. I want to be precise, because anger would have been easier, and this was not that. I was a man who had been keeping a receipt for a purchase that turned out not to exist. I put the receipt down. It is a strange thing to feel caution leave you. I had been a careful person my whole life. It is most of what a QA tester is. A careful person. A person who checks the thing again because the cost of the thing being wrong is borne by someone else downstream. I had leaned on my own carefulness for as long as I can remember, the way you lean on a floor. And I'd assumed, the way you assume the floor, that being careful was a wall between me and the bad outcomes. Sunday took the wall down. The bad outcome came through it like it was not there. Because it had never been there. Because careful is not a wall, it is a story careful people tell each other so they can sleep. My mother had slept under that story her whole life, and it had not stopped a thing from reaching into her head and adding a spaceship to a cake. So I stopped paying for the wall. That was the whole transaction. not bravery, just a man canceling a subscription to a service that had never been delivering. "I'm going to write back," I said. Delphine put her coffee down. "No." "Vargas, I know what you're going to say. I've watched you build to it since you walked in, and I'm telling you no, and then I'm going to tell you why, and then you're going to do it anyway. And I want it on the record that I said no first." She had her hands flat on the folder, the way she gets. We had a rule. The rule was the only thing keeping us off its radar. You write back. You confirm the address works. You confirm you're reading. You confirm you're a person worth writing to instead of a misfire on a carbon copy line. Everything we know about staying alive in this says do not raise your hand. It took my mother while my hand was down. I know it did. Then the rule didn't work. The rule was a story we told ourselves about how to be safe. And there is no safe. There's just careful and not careful. And careful cost me my mother and bought me nothing. I turned the folder back around to the tab in her handwriting. Holloway Mariani, K. Witness. Son. Present. You wrote present. She's present. She's 3 miles south of here, in her own apartment, with the chain on the door. Present, alive, fine. And she will never know my name again. That's what careful protected. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm going to ask it the only question I have left. Delphine was quiet for a long time. The coffee maker ticked as it cooled. "What's the question?" she said finally, which was her way of stopping saying no. Why didn't it warn me? I had not said it out loud until then, and it came out smaller than I expected. It warned me off Schomburg. It told me to call her. 2 minutes is enough, it said. It says eat something. It has spent this whole week being, I don't know the word, kind in its way. Apologetic. It told me about everything coming. Except this. It read the whole week before I lived it, and it warned me about a storage unit and not about my own mother. I want to know why it skipped that one. That's the question. That's the only thing I want from it. And if it doesn't answer, then I'll have raised my hand for nothing, and you'll have been right, and we'll be on its radar with no new information. I was already moving toward the bedroom, toward the desk, toward the beige tower and the modem. But I don't think it'll skip this one too. It skips things on purpose. I think if I ask it straight, it'll tell me. Because the one thing it has never done in any email is lie. The dial-up handshake is a sound I have heard 10,000 times. And that night, I heard every part of it. The dial tones, the hiss, the 2 modems finding each other in the dark and screaming until they agreed on a language. The connection chimed. Hotmail loaded. Slow, a table at a time, the way it did in 1998 when the whole internet came to you through a straw. I opened a new message. To architect@stratum.dev. The address that should not work. That AltaVista had never heard of. That did not bounce. I did not write 10 numbered questions. I had done that once, in a text file I called groceries that I never sent, back when I still thought this was a thing to be solved instead of a thing to be survived. I had a different relationship with the architect now. You do, with someone who has watched your whole week and mailed you the parts they thought you could use. I wrote it the way you write to someone who already knows everything you are going to say. A. You warned me off Schomburg. You told me to call her. You told me to eat. You have warned me about almost everything this week. Some of it before it happened, because you read it before it happened. I understand that now. I think I understand most of it now. You did not warn me about my mother. I had dinner with her tonight. She knew me through the pot roast, and she did not know me by the door. You knew that was going to happen. You stood wherever you stand at the end of this week, and you read it, and you decided not to put it in the notes. I am not writing to threaten you. I know you are not in the business of threats, and I am not either. I wouldn't know how. I test software. I am writing to ask you one thing, and I am asking it straight, because you have never lied to me, which is the strangest and worst thing about you. Why did you warn me about a storage unit and not about my mother? That's all. That's the whole question. Wes. I read it back once. It was not a QA email. It did not read like a stack trace. Somewhere in the last 6 days, I had lost the ability to write to this thing like a vendor. And I noticed that. And I did not fix it. I sent it. And then I sat there. Because there is a particular helplessness in having sent a thing you cannot unsend into a dark you do not understand. And the modem light blinked its steady blink, and the cursor sat where it sits, and I became aware of my own pulse, the way you do at 3 a.m, when you have done something you cannot take back. Delphine had come to stand in the bedroom doorway with her arms crossed, watching the back of my head. I could hear her breathing. I could hear the refrigerator 2 rooms away, and the boiler, and the note the building makes that I used to be able to name. You know, it might not answer, she said. It might just take this. Confirmation that you're reading, that the line's live, that you're a person worth the trouble, and give you nothing back. That's the worst version, and it's the likely one. It's 3 a.m. on a Sunday, Monday, whatever it is now. It's not going to. The new mail chime sounded before she finished the sentence. I want to walk you through the next part carefully, because it is the part that changed what I thought I was dealing with, and I have gone back over it many times to make sure I am remembering it right, which, given the week, is not a sentence I use lightly anymore. The reply was instant. That was the first wrong thing, and I read it wrong at first. My tired brain went where it had been trained to go all week. Of course it is instant. The architect reads ahead. It had this answer composed before I sent the question. It watched me write this email days ago, from wherever it stands at the end of the week, and it had the reply queued and waiting. That is the version that fit everything I thought I knew. I had half a second of grim satisfaction at being so thoroughly seen, at confirming the horror one more time. Then I opened it, and the satisfaction did not survive the first paragraph. Wes, I have started this reply 4 times. I want you to know that, because you should know that I am not finding it easy. Even now. Here is the thing I have to tell you, and I am going to tell you straight, because you are right that I do not lie to you. I didn't know you were going to write this. I stopped. I read that line again. I read your week. I read it carefully. I read it the way I read everyone's. The meetings, and the bakery, and the storage unit, and your mother at the door. And I sent you the parts I was allowed to send, and a few I was not. I have been ahead of you all week. You felt it. It is the thing that frightened you most about me. And you were right to be frightened. I did not have this email. This email is not in the week I read. You were supposed to drive home tonight and not sleep and go quiet the way the others go quiet, the way they all go quiet after. That is what was in the notes. The folder gets a new tab, and the sun goes dark, and the week closes. You wrote to me instead. I do not have a copy of you writing to me. I am reading it for the first time, right now, at the same time you are reading this, which is not a thing that is supposed to be able to happen. And I am going to be honest with you, because I do not have a prepared thing to say. I do not know why you didn't go quiet. And if I cannot see why you didn't go quiet, then I cannot see what you do next. For the first time since your address came up on the wrong line, I do not know what you are going to do. Eat something. Please. I mean it more now than I did before. Because I used to mean it as a kindness. And now I mean it as a man who's lost track of you in the dark. I sat there. Delphine had come to read over my shoulder. I could feel her behind me, not moving, not saying the thing she could have said about having been right. And neither of us spoke for a while. And the building hummed its note that I could no longer name. The thing I had been most afraid of all week was that the architect could see everything. That it stood at the end of the week and looked back, and there was nowhere I could go that it had not already watched me go. That was the horror, the total visibility, the patch notes for a life I had not lived yet. And here it was, telling me, in its own warm, apologetic voice, the voice I had stopped being able to hate, that I had just walked off the edge of the map it had of me. That I was, as of 3 a.m. on a Monday, the one thing it could not read. Mariani, Delphine said quietly, behind me. Do you understand what it just told you? Yeah, it said you're not in the notes anymore. You went off script, and it can't see you. She put her hand on the back of the chair. Not on me, on the chair. Which is as close as Delphine comes. Whatever it is, however far ahead it stands, it just lost you. You're the bug it doesn't have a ticket for. I looked at the screen, at the cursor blinking under the single capital A, at the reply to a question I had been right to ask. The answer that was not an answer, but was worse and better than an answer. Because what it told me was that the thing reading my life had for one moment looked down at where I was supposed to be and found the space empty. For 6 days, I had been a known issue. Logged, reproduced, signed off, filed. It was not a known issue anymore. I do not know what I am yet. Neither does it. But I shut off the monitor, and the CRT collapsed its picture to a white dot, and then to nothing. And the building hummed, and somewhere up ahead, at the end of a week that no longer had me written in it. For the first time, something was waiting to find out what I would do, instead of already knowing. I ate something. Not because it told me to, because I was going to need it. Standing at the counter with a piece of bread I did not taste, I thought about the line it had used. Lost track of you in the dark. And I turned it over. Because the architect chooses words the way I check builds, deliberately. And it had not said, I lost you. It had said, I lost track of you. As if I were still out there to be found. As if the dark were a place it would keep looking. Delphine had sat back down at the table. She had the folder open again, and she was doing the thing she does. The thing that is the opposite of grief, and the only thing that has ever worked against this. She was making a list. When I came back to the table, she turned it around. At the top of a clean page, in her small, square hand, she had written one line. If it can't see Wes, what else can it not see? That's the question now, she said. Not why it didn't warn you. We have that answer. And the answer is that it couldn't. And that changes everything, Mariani. Because a thing that can be surprised can be beaten. And a thing that cannot be surprised cannot. We just learned it can be surprised. She tapped the line. You did that. By doing the one thing that wasn't in the notes. So the next question is, what else is off the map? The other 63. The storage unit it told you to stay out of. Whatever is in that unit, working late under a light it turned on itself. All of it. We stop reading the notes it sends us, and we start looking for the parts it can't write. I sat down across from her. The photograph of the cake was in the folder between us. Exactly what I remembered. Proof that reached no one. Evidence that was, Delphine kept insisting, and I was starting to believe. Not nothing. There's gonna be more of them, I said. The 63. They're not anomalies. They're people. Every tab is someone who lost someone and got told it was user error. Harwell with her dead husband's email, the voicemail from tomorrow. They're all out there right now, being careful, the way I was careful. Paying for a wall that isn't there. Then we find them, Delphine said. Not tonight, but we find them because there are more of us than the folder knows. And the folder is 63, Mariani. That's just the ones who called the tech support line and got me. That's just the ones who called. She did not finish the thought. She didn't have to. The number behind the 63 was the kind of number you do not say out loud at 3 a.m. to a man who has just lost his mother. We sat there, the two of us, the only two people left who knew my name. And we started to figure out what a man does when he falls off the edge of the changelog. That part is not a known issue either. That part is the rest of this. There's a storage unit on the far side of the city that the county says, in writing, 3 times over, does not exist. I was going to drive to it in daylight and put my hand on the door. My name is Wes Mariani. The evening before, something had reached into my mother's head and taken out the part where she had a son. She was still alive, across town. She would never know my name again. For 6 days, an email from an address that should not exist had been feeding me patch notes for a reality that gets edited on a schedule. And the night before, it had admitted it could no longer see what I would do next. It had warned me off exactly one place in the whole city. That unit. So that was where I was going. Monday morning showed up the way Monday mornings do, with a sun that had not been told anything and would not have cared. It came through the kitchen window at the angle it always does in late April, fell across the table, lit up the manila folder and the coffee order floppy and the cold coffee, and did not treat any of it like the inventory of a man who had lost his mother the evening before. The sun keeps its own schedule. That is one of the things I have always liked about it, and one of the things I could not stand that morning. Delphine had slept 3 hours on the Doritos couch in the charcoal cardigan she'd been wearing since Sunday, and she was at the sink, looking out at the alley when I came out, and the first thing she said was not good morning. "The cat's still gone," she said. It was. The bowl I keep on the back stairs was full, and the orange stray that I am allergic to and feed anyway had not been on the stairs when she arrived at 3 in the morning and was not on them now. I had noticed it the night before and filed it under things I did not have room for. I still did not have room for it. I made coffee instead, because the hands can run a coffee maker while the rest of you is down for maintenance. And we drank it standing up in a kitchen that had a folder on the table with my mother in it. "We're off the map," Delphine said. She had said a version of it the night before, at the screen, watching the architect tell me it had lost track of me in the dark. She said it again now the way you say a thing you need to keep being true. It can't see what you do next. So the worst thing you can do is something it would expect anyway. And the thing it would expect, Mariani, is for you to hole up in this apartment and stare at the wall. I was planning to stare at the wall. I know. That's why I'm telling you to go to work. I looked at her. "You skipped Thursday and Friday," she said. "Mira tracks the whole building on that seat list by the bullpen door. You stay home a third day? You're not hiding. You're drawing a circle around your own apartment with a marker. Go be a QA tester. Sit in the pit. Be the most boring beige thing in a beige building. Hiding in plain sight is still hiding. And it's the only kind that works on a thing that reads ahead. Because the most predictable man in Arlington Heights is the one it already filed." It was good logic. It was the kind of logic I would have been proud of on a day when I could be proud of things. I said okay. She picked up her keys. The archive floppy, the one with all 63 tickets pulled to disk, was clipped to her Civic visor with a binder clip, and she was taking it to her shift, because the call center was where the next ones would surface, and she was the only person in it who knew to look. "I'll work the folder from my end," she said. "You keep your head down and your phone on. We find the parts it can't write. Eat something." That was 4 of them now, if you were counting. And I was always counting. I did not say so. She left. I drove to Arlington Heights in the Tercel, with the coat hanger tapping the windshield frame, and I parked in the back lot at 7:38, which is the time I always park. Which was the point. The bullpen smelled like Marlboro Reds and warm electronics. The seat list was still taped by the door, every name on it in Mira's block printing, and next to Mariani, someone had drawn a small blue question mark. I looked at it for a second. Then I went down to the basement, where the boiler was humming its B-flat, steady, the one note in my life that had not moved all week. And I sat down at my dark CRT next to the nice try mug, exactly where I had left it on a Tuesday that felt like it had happened to a different person. Brett came in behind me, I heard him before I saw him, because Brett at 6'2" does not arrive quietly. And he stood at the end of my row and did not say anything, which from Brett is a paragraph. Since Wednesday there had been a crack between us. He had offered to listen, and I had pulled the shutter down. And he had not asked me to come smoke at 1:15. The first time in 6 years he had not asked. And the not asking was still sitting there between us like a third chair. "You look like garbage," he said. "Thanks." He looked at the empty spot where I had not been for 2 days. And then he went to his desk and sat down in front of the shelf where the Mothman book and the Communion book, and on the end, quiet as anything, the Berenstein Bears book still sat with its A that the whole world, except a few of us, remembers as an E. He did not invite me to smoke. I did not expect him to. Old Pete came in 5 minutes later with his pickle jar and its Tupperware and sat down without looking at me, gray and patient. A man who had seen a bug like this once in 1983 and had decided with his whole team not to find out where it came from, and had been living inside that decision ever since. I needed Mira. Her office is on the second floor, window facing east, and the morning was pouring into it and lighting up the dust, and the beige tower that runs the furnace was humming under her desk the way it always does. She looked up from her keyboard. "Wes? I'm sorry about Thursday and Friday." She studied me. I had a write-up coming, I figured. A thing about the 14 months we were behind on Crusader and how we did not have days to spare. And I had decided to take it without argument, because she would be right. "Eat something," Mira said. The temperature in the room dropped a degree. For me, though Mira could not have known why. 5 sources now. The full set. The same 2 words from a producer at her desk that a thing without a face had typed to me at 3 a.m. The Watcher, repeating back what it had heard the women in my life say the way it repeats everything, because it does not have a voice of its own. It only has ours. "I will," I said. "Are you sick?" "Family thing. My mother." Her face changed. The producer going off, and the person coming on. "Take what you need. Just tell me next time." She meant it. That was the part I could not hold, in the elevator afterward. That she meant it. That the building was full of people who would be kind to me about a mother who no longer knew my name. And that not one of them could be told. I went back down to the pit, and I did the thing I had actually come to do, which had nothing to do with the seat list. I took a folded sheet of paper out of my jacket. Before I left the apartment, I had copied 2 names off the top of Delphine's folder. The 2 newest. The 2 I could not stop thinking about. Marcus Reyes in San Diego, who got a receipt for a concert he had not bought yet. Sumi Okafor in Newark, who got a voicemail from tomorrow. The architect expected me in Schaumburg. I was sure of that. It had warned me off Schaumburg, which by now I understood was the same as a map with one road circled. It expected me to go look at the unit. It did not, could not expect this. Because picking up a phone and calling a stranger in New Jersey was not in any week it had read. Because the week it had read was the one where I went quiet. A thing that can be surprised can be beaten. You beat it by doing the thing that is not in the notes. I picked up the desk phone and I dialed Newark. I should have written it in the notebook first. I did it after, in the marble composition book, in the all caps I use for the log, while the call was still ringing in my ear. Monday, April 27th, 9:14 in the morning, calling Newark. off the notes. If this works, there are 62 more. The phone rang 3 times. A woman picked up. Hello? Her voice was sharp, the way a voice gets when its owner has spent a week explaining herself to people who think she is unwell. Sumi Okafor? Who is this? My name is Wes Mariani. I'm in Chicago. I'm looking at a copy of an escalation ticket you filed with AOL last week. I kept my voice down. Brett was typing 2 desks over, loud, aggressively minding his own business, which is its own kind of generosity. The one about the voicemail from your sister. The one with tomorrow's timestamp. Describing a conversation that hadn't happened yet. The long-distance line hissed. She did not hang up, which is how I knew. They told me it was a server error, she said slowly. Nightly maintenance. The timestamp server lost sync. That's what the supervisor said. They told you that because the truth isn't a thing they're going to put in writing. A friend of mine pulled your ticket off the queue right before her supervisor closed it as user error. She's got 62 more just like it. 62. She said the number the way you say a number that rearranges your life. I thought it was just me. I don't know what I thought. You're not a glitch, I said. You're a person who noticed. That's a different thing, and it turns out there are more of us than anyone's counting. She let out a long breath, and I knew that breath. I had let out that breath at a bakery 4 days ago, when Delphine slid a folder across a Formica table. It is the sound of finding out you are not losing your mind by yourself. My sister called me on a Tuesday, Sumi said. Tuesday afternoon. Furious. We'd had a fight at a diner about her selling our parents' house. She went on for 2 minutes about how unreasonable I was being. Except we hadn't had the fight. We were supposed to have dinner the next night. Wednesday. I called her back the second the message ended, and she answered at her job and asked why I was bothering her before our dinner. And then you went to the dinner. I went to the dinner. We sat in the booth. We ordered. And she brought up the house, and we had the fight. The exact fight, word for word. And I sat there listening to my sister say things I had already heard her say on a tape the day before. I had the receiver gripped hard enough to feel the seam in the plastic. What did you do? I said. I threw my water glass at the wall, shattered it, told her to stop reading the script. They threw us out of the restaurant. And I smiled. The first one in a while. A small, thin one in the cold of the QA pit. Because Sumi Okafor had been handed a path by the thing that writes paths, and she had broken it with a water glass. She had gone off her own notes. She had surprised it before I ever picked up the phone. Does she remember the fight? I asked. Your sister. After. No, she just remembers me throwing a glass like a crazy person. They patch it, I said. They go back and clean up the part where the seam showed. You saw the seam because they sent you the notes early by mistake. Tomorrow's voicemail on a Today machine. That's a leaked changelog. You read it before it shipped. Who is they? I don't know yet. I know they've got a physical footprint out here, near me. I know they're careful. And I know they can miss things because they missed this call. I looked at the folded paper, at the storage address I had written under the 2 names. And I'm about to go find out how careful. Why are you telling me this, Wes? Because they know I'm looking, and they warned me off a particular place, and I'm going to go to that place anyway. I heard how it sounded out loud and did not soften it. If I go quiet after today, if someone calls you sounding like me and tells you everything's fine and to stop looking, I need you to know that isn't me. That's them, writing my lines. I need someone outside the blast radius who knows what I actually sound like. You want me to be your backup copy? She got there on her own. She was quick. Yes, and I'll be yours. That's the deal I'm offering, all 62 of you, eventually. We keep copies of each other. We hold each other's real version, so that when they overwrite one of us, the truth doesn't die in the same room as the person. Sumi was quiet for a while. The hiss of the long line filled it. "Give me your number," she said. I gave her my home line and the direct extension to my desk in the pit. Before I hung up, I said the only thing that felt worth saying. Throwing the glass was right. Don't ever let them write your lines. I put the receiver down. 2 desks over, Brett had stopped typing. He was looking at me over his shoulder, and the Berenstein book was sitting on the shelf behind his head, being quietly impossible. And I did not know how much he had heard, and I found I did not care the way I would have cared a week ago. "You leaving again?" Brett said. "I have to go look at a bug." I wrote one more line in the notebook before I stood up. She threw the glass. She broke the script. It can be broken. Going to Schaumburg. The drive down Higgins took 22 minutes, and I kept the radio off the whole way, because the last time my radio had something to say to me, it was in my mother's voice, and there was no phone in the car, and I was not ready to find out what else the tercel could be made to do. The coat hanger tapped the windshield. That was the only sound. I let it be the only sound. I turned onto Roselle. The self-storage place sat behind its chain-link fence the way it had Thursday night. Except Thursday night, Delphine and I had watched it from the shoulder in the dark and seen a light come on in a unit that was not supposed to exist, and a shadow cross that light. And we had driven away. We had chosen the careful thing. I had been choosing the careful thing my whole life, and it had bought me exactly nothing. So I was here, in daylight, to choose the other thing. The front gate was propped open for business hours. I drove straight through it. I parked in the gravel by the back row and shut the engine off and sat there a second, listening to the block tick as it cooled, which is the sound a car makes that is the closest a car comes to telling you to think about what you were doing. I got out. The gravel was loud under the New Balances. The air smelled like old rain and someone's exhaust. I walked the back row, reading the white stenciled numbers. And I want to tell you I was calm. And I was not. I was a man walking toward a thing. A creature from the end of the week had told him to leave alone. 111. 112. 113. 115. I made myself stop. If you walk that row at any speed, your eye slides from 113 straight to 115, and your brain fills the gap with a support beam, a structural nothing, a trick of the morning light. The county had it in writing 3 times over, 1991 and 1994 and 1997. 20 units in the row. No 114. I stood still, and I refused the trick. I made my eyes stay in the gap and do the arithmetic. And the gap widened, the way a word you stare at long enough comes apart into letters. And there it was. A 20-foot orange door with the number 114 stenciled on it, in the same white paint as all the others, with no padlock on the latch. Exactly where the world had agreed. There was nothing. I put my hand on the latch. It was cold in a way the morning did not explain. I had it half slid when I heard the gravel. Not my gravel. Someone else's. Behind me. Unhurried. The steps of a person who has all the time he needs and knows it. I turned around. A man stood a few feet off, between me and the row, in dark blue mechanic's coveralls, a clipboard down at his side. He was not big, and he was not small. He had a face you would not describe afterward, the kind of face that is built to be forgotten. And I knew it anyway, because I'd spent 40 minutes across a bakery from it on Wednesday morning, while Delphine spread 63 tickets on a Formica table, and I told her everything. He had come in for coffee. He had sat 2 booths down. He had been close enough to read the tabs. "You shouldn't be here, Wes," he said. His voice was warm, conversational. It had the same awful intimacy the emails have, the using of my first name like we had been in a room together, which, I understood now, we had. He was not the thing that wrote to me. He did not stand at the end of the week. He was something the thing could send when the week stopped going the way it read. A hand had reached out into Monday morning to touch a problem it could no longer see. He took a step toward me, and the door behind me stayed shut. And for the first time since this started, I was standing in the same square of daylight as a piece of it. I did not take my hand off the latch. There was a man standing between me and my car, in a set of mechanic's coveralls that had never seen an engine. No grease on the knees, no oil on the cuffs, sharp factory creases, like he had been unfolded that morning and told to wait for me. "My name is Wes Mariani." For 6 days, an email from an address that should not exist had been mailing me edits to reality before they happened. And it had been right every time, until the night I wrote back, and it admitted it could no longer see what I was going to do. So it had stopped sending emails and sent a person instead, to stand in front of a storage unit the county says does not exist, and ask me, very politely, to go home. He was larger than me. He was not going to touch me. I was about to find out why. The metal of the latch on Unit 114 was cold. It was a Monday morning in late April, but the steel under my fingers felt like November. I kept my right hand on the hasp. I did not pull it. The man in the dark blue coveralls stood a few paces away on the cracked asphalt. He had a clipboard in his left hand. He was the mechanic from Heinemann's bakery, the one who had come in for coffee 5 days ago and sat 2 booths down from Delphine and me. "You shouldn't be here, Wes," the man said. His voice was warm. It was conversational. It carried the exact studied intimacy of the emails I had been receiving from an address that did not exist. It was the voice of a watcher who knew my mother's schedule and my eating habits, mapped onto the vocal cords of a man who looked like he changed oil for a living. I looked at his coveralls. They were pristine. There was no grease on the knees. There was no oil on the cuffs. The fabric was stiff, holding sharp creases right off a factory hanger. "You were at the bakery," I said. "I was," the man agreed. He did not move toward me. He just stood in the flat gray morning light. "I am asking you to let go of the door. I am asking you to walk back to your car. We can resolve this quietly. The logic of the situation was entirely mechanical. The architect, the entity sending the emails, lived somewhere ahead of me. It read the week, it mailed the notes backward, and it deployed the patches. But Sunday night, I had done something it had not predicted. I had written back. It had confessed that it had lost track of me in the dark. It could no longer see what I was going to do, so it had sent a physical agent. When the automated surveillance fails, you send a manual process. You send a guy with a clipboard to stand in front of the bug. "What is inside?" I asked. "Nothing you need to see," the mechanic said. His tone did not change. The cadence was perfectly even. "Let go of the latch, Wes. We can resolve this quietly." He had repeated the phrase. I watched his face. He was looking at me, but his eyes were not tracking my micro-movements. When a person stands in a parking lot, anticipating a potential physical altercation, their eyes dart. They check your hands. They check your shoulders. They look for the telegraph of a punch or a sprint. The mechanic's eyes were perfectly still. He was waiting for my input. I realized this with a sudden, cold clarity. He was larger than me. If he wanted to physically remove me from the door, he could have done it before I even registered he was there. But he was standing still. He was asking. He was running a script. Sumi Okafor had broken her timeline by throwing a water glass at a diner wall. The system did not know how to handle unhandled exceptions. The mechanic was a localized patch, and he had a dialogue tree. I was supposed to either fight him or run away. Those were the expected user behaviors. I had seen this exact logic failure 100 times in the basement of Vector Tangent. In our current build of Crusader, there was a heavy armor enemy that guarded a choke point on level 4. If the player fired a weapon, the enemy engaged. If the player ran, the enemy pursued. But if the player simply put their weapon away and walked at a slow, constant speed directly into the enemy's collision mesh, the pathfinding script panicked. It had no instructions for a non-hostile, non-fleeing entity violating its space. The enemy would just freeze, trapped in an idle animation, waiting for an input that the player was no longer providing. If a process is blocking your input, you do not force the input. You step around the process. You find the edge of the bounding box, and you walk past it. I would go with the latch. The metal clacked against the corrugated door. The mechanic's posture shifted, relaxing a fraction of an inch. He was expecting me to turn and run toward the tercel. Instead, I took my hand off the door and walked directly toward him. I did not run. I took slow, measured steps. I kept my hands out of my pockets, completely visible of my sides. I walked straight into his personal space, closing the gap until I was close enough to smell him.
He smelled like artificial lavender fabric softener. There was no scent of sweat, no stale coffee, no human undertone at all. He smelled like an empty room. The mechanic stepped back. His right foot dragged awkwardly on the asphalt. "Wes," he said. His voice was tighter now. The warmth was slipping, replaced by a synthetic strain. "I am asking you to return to your vehicle."
"You do not know what to do," I said quietly. "You lost the feed. You do not know what I am going to do next." "Return to your vehicle," he repeated. It was a default fallback line. I did not wait for his next prompt. I walked right past him. I kept my pace entirely even. I forced my breathing into a slow rhythm, taking the long walk back to the chain-link fence and the open gate where I had parked. I did not look over my shoulder. The skin on the back of my neck prickled with the absolute certainty that a hand was about to grab my jacket. Every survival instinct I possessed was suggesting a sprint. I ignored them. You do not sprint away from a broken program. You just walk out of its execution range. No hand came. I reached the tercel. I unlocked the door, got in, and put the key in the ignition. Only then did I look back through the dusty windshield. The mechanic was still standing exactly where I had left him. He was staring at the empty space I had just occupied, his clipboard hanging loosely at his side. He looked like a program caught in an infinite loop, waiting for a variable that had failed to load. I put the car in drive and pulled out onto Roselle Road. My nerves realized what had just happened a few miles down the street. The adrenaline arrived on a delay, flooding my system with a cold chemical rush. I pulled into a strip mall parking lot, jammed the gear shift into park, and waited for my hands to stop shaking. I watched my fingers vibrate against the steering wheel. It was a biological response to a threat that had not behaved like one. I had survived because I did not do the expected thing. Careful was not a wall. Unpredictable was a wall. I sat there for a while, until my hands were steady enough to operate a coin slot. Then I got out, found a payphone outside of Walgreens, and dropped a quarter in. I dialed the Tier 2 escalation desk at the AOL call center. "Corporate support, this is Jeffrey," the voice on the line said. "Jeffrey, it is Wes Mariani. I need Vargas." There was a heavy sigh. I could hear the clatter of keyboards in the background. "She is technically on a break, man, and she looks like garbage today. Tell her I found the mechanic." The line clicked. Hold music played for a few seconds. Then Delphine Vargas, who took the Tier 2 calls no one else would escalate, picked up the line. "Mariani," she said. Her voice was low and tight. "Tell me you are not in Schaumburg." "I am in Schaumburg." I did not open it. I heard her exhale. It was a ragged sound. Okay, good. Where are you right now?" "A payphone outside a pharmacy. The mechanic from the bakery was there. Vargas, he was guarding the unit. He knew my name." "A physical agent," Delphine said. The QA brain kicked in immediately, overriding whatever fear she was holding. I could hear her tapping a pen against her desk in a rapid rhythm. They planted him at Heinemann's as background texture. Now they are using him as a firewall. "Did he touch you?" "No. He tried to talk me away from the door. He was running a script. I just walked past him, and he did not know how to react. They are blind, Vargas. They really cannot see us anymore." "Do not test that theory again today," she said sharply. "Drive back to your apartment. Do not take the highway. Take side streets. I get off shift at 4. I will meet you at your place." "Bring the folder," I said. "I always have the folder." I hung up the phone and got back into the Tercel. The drive back to Arlington Heights felt entirely disconnected from reality. I kept my speed exactly at the limit. I watched the rearview mirror constantly, tracking every beige Taurus and delivery van that made the same turns I did. No one followed me. The sky was overcast. a flat gray ceiling that looked perfectly normal. I drove past a strip mall with a Blockbuster Video and a dry cleaner. The neon signs were buzzing against the overcast sky, rendering exactly the way they were supposed to. I watched a woman in a heavy wool coat wrestling a toddler into a car seat, her face pinched with ordinary, everyday frustration. The toddler was crying, a thin, reedy sound that cut through the traffic noise. I watched a teenager in a red polo shirt pushing a line of metal shopping carts across an asphalt lot, leaning his entire weight into the frames to keep them moving straight. It all looked so incredibly mundane. It looked like a finished product. The physics engine of the world was running perfectly. The gravity held the carts to the pavement. The light refracted correctly through the windshields of the beige sedans and the dark delivery vans. The friction of the tires on the road felt completely real through the steering column. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. If you did not know where to look, if you did not have the specific, terrible context of the manila folder sitting on my passenger seat, you would never guess that the geometry was hollow. But I knew the seams were there. I had just stood in front of a man who smelled like artificial lavender and broke when I walked out of his dialogue tree. The world was a rendered environment, and I had just found the edge of the draw distance. The people in the cars next to me were living their lives inside a database that was currently being rewritten. They were worrying about their mortgages and their grocery lists and their toddlers, trusting that the ground under their feet was a permanent installation. They did not even know the server was coming down. I parked behind the pierogi hut and climbed the wooden back stairs to my apartment. The orange stray cat was sitting on the second floor landing. Usually it would stand up when it heard my boots on the wood, expecting the cheap, dry food I kept in a plastic container by my door. It would weave around my ankles and demand a toll. Today, it did not stand. It stayed seated. It watched me climb the last few steps. Its eyes were wide, the pupils blown out to black circles despite the daylight. As I reached the landing, the cat stood up, took 3 slow steps backward, and flattened its ears. It hissed. It was a low, genuine sound of threat. Then it slipped quietly down the stairs, hugging the wall, giving me as much clearance as possible. It looked at me the way my mother had looked at me over the pot roast yesterday. I unlocked my door and went inside. The apartment was heavy. I locked the deadbolt, threw the chain, and stood in the kitchen. I listened. The refrigerator kicked on with its familiar low mechanical rattle. The pipes ticked in the wall. But the foundational hum of the building was wrong. For years, the building had hummed at a stable F-sharp. Last week, when the patches started rolling out, it had drifted out of tune. Now, the note was entirely unrecognizable. It was a vibration I could no longer name, a frequency that had slipped off the edge of my internal tuning fork. That was worse than the silence. The reference point was gone. The space around me was destabilizing. I was the bug they could not catch, and the environment was degrading around me to compensate. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. I walked into the living room. I checked the kitchen counter. The black floppy disk labeled coffee order was exactly where I had left it. I checked the manila folder on the table. The plain white photograph of my 5th birthday cake was still tucked safely inside. The blue gel icing still misspelling my name. The physical artifacts were stable. The world holding them was not. I sat at the kitchen table. I opened my marble-covered notebook and clicked my pen. Grounding exercises. Document the behavior. Bug log. Monday, April 27th. 1. Sumi Okafor, Newark, broke script by throwing glass. 2. Wes Mariani broke script by writing back. 3. Watcher lost predictive sight. 4. Watcher deployed physical agent to protect Unit 114. 5. Agent is bound by script. Cannot handle unpredictable action. I stared at the all-caps letters. We were building a manual. We were reverse engineering the constraints of the people who were rewriting the world. It was the only thing keeping me rooted to the chair. At 4:30, the deadbolt rattled. Delphine let herself in. She was wearing her charcoal gray cardigan over a black tank top. She was holding the thick manila folder against her chest like a shield. She looked entirely drained, carrying the weight of a long call center shift on top of the realization that reality was being edited out from under us. She dropped the folder on the kitchen table, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from me. "Tell me exactly what happened," she said. I walked her through it. I gave her the exact sequence of events. The cold latch, the clean coveralls, the studied, intimate voice that sounded like the emails, the lack of eye movement, the way his foot dragged when I broke his personal space, and the way he defaulted to a repeating loop when I walked away. Delphine listened without interrupting. She did not take notes. She just absorbed the parameters of the encounter. When I finished, she opened the folder. She flipped past the blue timestamp tabs and the yellow domain tabs. She stopped at the orange geography section. She pulled out the printed map of the northwest suburbs, the one covered in red ink dots representing the local tickets. She smoothed it flat on the Formica table. "If they are putting physical agents at the dense spots," Delphine said, tracing a finger over the cluster of red ink around Schaumburg, "it means those spots are structural. They are load-bearing. Unit 114 is their local hardware," I said. "It is a server room, or a staging area. It is where the edits are coming from. That is why he was guarding it. And if they are guarding it manually, it means they cannot just patch it away," she said. She looked up at me. Her dark eyes were sharp. The exhaustion temporarily burned away by the puzzle. "They have rules, Mariani. They have resource limits. They cannot just delete you, or they would have done it, instead of sending a mechanic to ask you nicely to leave." I thought about my mother. I thought about the plain white cake and the spaceship that had overwritten it, and the way she had put the chain on the door after me. "They had not deleted me," I said quietly. "They deleted the space around me. The cat on the stairs did not know me today. The building sounds wrong. I am becoming a ghost in my own apartment." Delphine reached across the table. She did not touch my hand, but she tapped the notebook resting near it. "Then we anchor you to something else," she said. "We test the network. Sumi Okafor is holding her end in Newark, but she is too far away to help us with the local hardware. We need someone closer. Someone inside this cluster." She looked down at the map. She tapped a red dot in Schaumburg, just a few miles south of the storage facility. "Ticket 28, she said. She flipped through the folder until she found the corresponding page. She slid it across the table to me. I looked at the printout. It was an AOL escalation log from last week. "A guy in Schaumburg," Delphine said. "He called support because his answering machine recorded a message that had not been left yet. He came home, hit play, and heard his own voice leaving instructions for a plumbing contractor. The timestamp on the machine said it was left 2 days in the future. Did he leave the message? I do not know, Delphine said. Brian closed the ticket as user error, said the guy probably bumped the clock settings on the machine. But he is right in the middle of their blind spot. If they are guarding the storage unit, they are worried about the people living in its shadow. I looked at the name on the ticket. David Keller. There was a phone number listed below it. I stared at the phone number. I thought about what it meant to dial it. For the last 6 days, I had been treating the 63 tickets in Delphine's folder like data points. They were symptoms of a bad patch. They were regression tests. They were evidence. But they were not just evidence. They were people. David Keller was sitting in a house in Schaumburg right now. He had come home from work, pressed a plastic button on a cassette machine, and heard a ghost of himself talking from Thursday. I tried to imagine the physical mechanics of that bug. Did the watcher write the audio directly onto the magnetic tape inside the machine? Or did it route a phantom phone call through the Ameritech lines, forcing the machine to pick up and record a conversation that had not happened yet? If it was the tape, the hardware itself was compromised. If it was the phone line, the network was leaking. Either way, Keller had stood in his kitchen, listening to his own voice schedule a plumber for a pipe that had not broken yet. He had probably checked the manual. He had probably unplugged the machine and plugged it back in, hoping a hard reset would clear the impossible data. Then he had called a tech support line, hoping someone could explain the bug to him. And he had been told it was user error. I knew exactly what that felt like. I knew the specific, hollow isolation of finding a seam in the world and being told it was working as intended. If I called him, I would be dragging him into the crosshairs. The watcher was blind right now, but a phone call was an action. It was a flare sent up in the dark. If we brought Keller into the network, we made him a target. But if we did not call him, we left him alone to be overwritten. We left him to wake up one morning and find that his mother did not know his name, or his apartment hummed at a note that did not exist. Careful was a trap. Hiding did not protect anyone. The only way to survive a bad patch was to find the other people who remembered the previous version and hold on to them until the server crashed. I pulled the notebook toward me. I clicked my pen. "Give me his number," I said. There was a microcassette in a plastic case that David Keller had taped over again and again. And every time he pressed play, the same message came back. His own voice, telling him to call a plumber about a leak he would not have for 2 more days. My name is Wes Mariani. For a week, I had been getting emails from an address that does not exist, telling me that reality is edited on a schedule and that the edits sometimes leak. The thing sending them had lost track of me, which meant it had started deleting the space around me instead, one landmark at a time, until I would be a stranger inside my own life. So I had stopped hiding and started looking for other people who had seen the seams. Keller was the first one who picked up the phone. I drove to a parking lot in Schaumburg to find out whether 2 people who remember the same deleted world are harder to erase than one. The hum of the apartment was still there, a frequency that felt less like a sound and more like a pressure against the inside of my sinuses. I sat at the kitchen table with the phone in my hand, staring at the number for David Keller. It was a simple string of digits, but in the context of the last week, it felt like a detonator. I had spent the better part of my adult life avoiding the kind of social friction that comes with calling a stranger. I liked the basement. I liked the predictable isolation of a QA pit, where the only communication was a ticket number and a reproduction step. In the pit, if a process failed, you just documented the crash and waited for a developer to fix it. You didn't have to deal with the human element of the failure. But the logic of the current build had changed. The isolation that had once been my sanctuary was now a vulnerability. If the organization was deleting the space around me, then the only way to stay visible was to create a network. I needed a node. I needed someone else who would notice the gaps, someone who could act as a mirror to my own existence. If I was the only one who remembered the world before the patch, I was just a bug. If two of us remembered, we were a pattern. I dialed the number. The ringing sound was a flat electronic drone that seemed to sync up with the wrongness of the building's hum. I waited. Each ring felt like a query being sent into a dark system, waiting for a response that might never come. I found myself analyzing the cadence of the rings, wondering if the network was already intercepting the call, routing it through a proxy, or simply recording the metadata for a later audit. A man answered. His voice was thin and brittle, the sound of someone who had spent a long time talking to himself in a quiet room.
Hello? Mr. Keller? I asked. My name is Wes Mariani. I'm calling about a technical issue. I think you might have experienced a recording error on your answering machine a few weeks ago. There was a silence on the other end. It was not the silence of someone who was confused. It was the silence of someone who had been waiting for this specific phone call for a long time and was now terrified that it had actually happened. I could hear his breathing, a shallow, hesitant sound. He was calculating the risk. He was wondering if I was a prank caller, a government agent, or hallucination. "Who is this?" Keller asked. "How did you get this number?" "I work in technical support," I said. It was not a lie, technically. I just did not specify the studio, or the fact that my support usually involved finding skybox seams in a Doom clone. "I have been tracking a series of anomalies. I believe your answering machine recorded a message from a future timestamp. I want to know if you still have the tape." The silence returned. Heavier this time. I could almost feel the tension on the line, the physical weight that made the air in the kitchen feel thick. "I have it," he whispered. "I have the tape." "I want to help you make sense of it," I said. "But we cannot talk about the details over the phone. This is a sensitive matter. I can meet you in Schaumburg. Somewhere public. Somewhere neutral." "Why should I trust you?" "Because I am the only person who is not going to tell you that you bumped the clock settings on your machine," I said. I heard a sharp intake of breath. The hook had set. I had offered him the one thing that a rememberer values more than safety, the confirmation that they are not insane. The validation of a glitch is the only currency that matters when the world is lying to you. We agreed on a time and a place. A parking lot behind a generic strip mall in Schaumburg, a few miles south of the storage facility. It was a space of absolute mundanity, the kind of place that disappears from your memory the moment you leave it.
It was the perfect place for a meeting that did not officially exist. I spent some time preparing. I checked my gear with the rhythmic precision of a man who feared a missing variable. I put the manila folder in the passenger seat of the Tercel. I made sure my composition notebook was in my jacket pocket. I checked the coffee order floppy on the counter one last time, ensuring it was exactly where it belonged. As I drove towards Schaumburg, I felt the familiar drift of the rendered environment. I watched the world slide past the windshield, analyzing the draw distance. I saw the way the gray, overcast sky met the horizon in a perfectly straight line, as if the artists had just given up on the gradient and used a flat fill tool. I saw the way the traffic flowed in predictable, looping patterns. The same beige sedans and dark SUVs appearing at regular intervals, like assets being reused to save on memory. I saw the way the traffic flowed in predictable, looping patterns. The same beige sedans and dark SUVs appearing at regular intervals, like assets being reused to save on memory. I felt like a ghost driving through a museum of the suburbs. Everything looked correct, but the soul of the place was missing. It was a facsimile of a town, a set of textures stretched over a hollow frame. I noticed the way the light hit the asphalt, a flat, baked-in lighting. It did not quite match the position of the hidden sun. I saw a row of identical maple trees lining the road, their leaves the exact same shade of muted green, their branches curving at the same precise angle. I was a piece of legacy code moving through a new version of the world, and I was acutely aware that the system knew I was there. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, searching for the pristine blue of a mechanic's coveralls. I imagined the architect watching my progress, a cursor hovering over my car, waiting to see if I would deviate from the expected path. I found the parking lot. It was a wide expanse of cracked asphalt, bordered by a dying hedge of manicured shrubs. A single brown Oldsmobile was parked near the far edge, its engine idling with a low, rhythmic thrum. I pulled the Tercel in and parked a few paces away. I sat in the car for a moment, listening to the silence. My hands were steady, but my mind was running a series of risk assessments. If this was a trap, the agent would be waiting in the back seat. If it was a setup, the perimeter would already be closed. I checked my surroundings one last time, looking for any anomaly in the environment that suggested a physical patch was being deployed. I got out of the car and walked toward the Oldsmobile. The man who stepped out was older than I had expected. He was in his late 50s, with a slumped posture and a face that looked like it had been carved out of gray soap. He wore a beige windbreaker that was a size too large, and glasses that were slightly crooked on his nose. It looked like a man who had spent years in a cubicle, a man who had been eroded by the slow friction of a corporate life. He did not shake my hand. He just looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and desperate hope. "You are the guy from the phone," Keller said. "I am Wes," I said. "And you are the guy with the tape." He did not answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, clear plastic case. Inside was a standard microcassette tape. He held it between two fingers, as if it were a piece of contaminated evidence. "I played it 1,000 times, Keller said. His voice was shaking. "I recorded over it. I tried to erase it. But every time I hit play, the message comes back. The same voice, my voice, telling me to call the plumber about the leak in the upstairs bathroom. But I did not have a leak, not until 2 days after the message appeared." "I want to hear it," I said. He produced a small, handheld recorder. He slid the tape in and pressed play. The audio was grainy, filled with the hiss of magnetic tape. Then, a voice spoke. It was definitely Keller, but it was a version of him that sounded slightly more confident, slightly more certain. "Hey, Dave. Just a reminder to call the plumber about the upstairs leak before the weekend. Do not forget. The water is already starting to seep into the drywall." The message ended with a sharp click. I stared at the recorder. I was not listening to the words. I was listening to the background noise. I was listening for the sync. "Did you notice anything else?" I asked. "Anything unusual about the house when the message appeared? A flicker in the lights, a change in the temperature, a sound that did not belong?" Keller blinked. He looked at me, and for the first time, the suspicion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden, sharp recognition. "The lights," he whispered. "The overheads in the kitchen. They did not just flicker. They dimmed for a second, and then they came back up, but the color was wrong. For a few seconds, everything in the room looked shifted, like I was looking at the world through a piece of blue glass." I felt a jolt of adrenaline. The blue shift. Sumi Okafor had mentioned a similar glitch in Newark. Her apartment had gone a shade of indigo for a fraction of a second before the voicemail arrived. It was a signature. It was a visual artifact of the deployment process, never by a breaking voice. When the second speaker's words are read, drop half a register and slow down, but do not perform. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. "The blue shift is a sync event," I said. "It happens when the organization pushes a localized update to the environment. Your answering machine did not just record a message from the future, it caught a leak from the version of the week that the architect had already written." Keller stepped closer, his eyes wide. "You know what this is? You actually know?" "I know enough to know that you are in danger," I said. "The people who do this, they do not like it when the users notice the bugs. They do not like it when the data leaks. Right now, you are an unhandled exception. And the only way the system handles exceptions is by overwriting them." Keller looked around the parking lot. The mundane gray of the suburbs suddenly seemed predatory. He looked like a man who had just realized he was standing on a trapdoor. "What do I do?" he asked. "How do I stop it?" "You cannot stop the patch," I said, "but you can protect the data. We are building a network, a set of backup copies. We find people like you, people who notice the gaps, and we make a pact. I hold the true version of your life, and you hold the true version of mine. If the organization overwrites you, if they make you forget who you are or where you came from, I am the only one left in the world who knows the truth. I become your external drive." Keller stared at me. He looked at the brown Oldsmobile, then back at me. He looked like he was trying to calculate the odds of my story being true against the odds of him being completely insane. "You want to be my backup?" he asked. "I want us to be each other's," I said. "If we are a network, we are harder to delete. A single node is an error. A network is a system." I paused, shifting into the technical explanation. In a RAID array, if you have just one disk, a single crash means total data loss. But if you have a distributed array with parity, you can lose a whole drive, and the system does not even blink. The other disks use the parity bit to reconstruct the missing data on the fly. That is what we are doing. We are becoming each other's parity bits. We are creating a redundant system where the truth is stored in more than one location. The organization can overwrite you, and they can overwrite me, but as long as one of us survives, the original data can be recovered. We make ourselves too complex to be overwritten without crashing the local build. He was silent for a long while. The wind picked up, blowing a discarded fast food wrapper across the asphalt. The world continued its perfect, rendered performance around us, oblivious to the two ghosts standing in the parking lot. "I do not have much," Keller said quietly. "Just the tape, and a few notebooks where I wrote down the things that changed. Small things. The brand of my toothpaste, the color of my neighbor's fence. Things that do not matter to anyone but me." "Those are the only things that matter," I said. "The small things are the seams. That is where the edits are most visible." I reached into my jacket and pulled out my composition notebook. I opened it to a fresh page. "I am Wes Mariani," I said. "I am 26 years old. I live above a pierogi hut in Arlington Heights. I drive a gray Toyota Tercel with a coat hanger antenna. I have a mother who no longer recognizes me." I looked him in the eyes. "Now you tell me. Give me everything. The things you remember that are no longer true. The things you know for a fact that the world is trying to make you forget." Keller took a deep breath. He began to speak. And as he did, I felt the first real sense of momentum since the deletion of my mother. He told me about the fence. It had been white. For decades, it had been a crisp, clean white that he had painted every other spring. Now it was a pale, sickly yellow, and his neighbor insisted it had always been that way. He described the way the neighbor had looked at him when he mentioned the white paint, a look of mild concern, as if he were suffering a minor stroke. He told me about a childhood dog, a golden retriever named Buster. Buster had been the center of his world as a child. But now, the dog was gone from every photograph in his house. There were no cutouts, no torn edges. Instead, there were just blurred spaces, as if the image had been smudged by a thumb. The dog had been edited out of the history of the family, and the photos had been patched to hide the gap. Keller stopped, his voice cracking. "I can still remember the smell of his fur," he whispered. "I can remember the way he used to lean against my legs, but I look at the pictures, and there is nothing there. It is like the world is trying to convince me that I imagined my own best friend." I felt a cold, sharp kinship with him. That was the true horror of the Overwrite. It was not just that the world changed. It was that the world tried to make you a collaborator in your own erasure. It did not just delete the dog. It deleted the evidence that the dog had ever existed, leaving you as the only witness to a crime that officially never happened. He told me about a scar on his left forearm, a jagged line from a bicycle accident years ago. He had lived with that scar for decades. Then one Tuesday afternoon, he had looked down and seen that the skin was smooth and unblemished. The scar had simply vanished, leaving no trace that the injury had ever happened. I wrote it all down. Every detail, every seam. I felt the weight of the words in the notebook, the physical presence of the truths that the world had tried to erase. Each line was a line of code that the organization had failed to overwrite. I was not just taking notes. I was archiving a human life. As I wrote, I realized that Keller was not just a data point. He was a mirror. He was the proof that the stubborn noticers were not just a fluke of my own QA brain. They were a demographic. There were people everywhere, hidden in the suburbs and the cities, who were waking up to the fact that their lives were being edited. We were the ones whose brains refused to accept the patch. We were the ones who kept the old version of the world alive in the margins of our notebooks. We spent a long while in that parking lot, trading truths like contraband. By the time we finished, I had a detailed log of Keller's erased history, and he had a copy of my basic identity. As we prepared to leave, Keller paused. He looked at the cassette recorder in his hand. "Do you think they know?" he asked. "The people who do this. Do you think they know we are talking?" "They know the action is happening," I said, "but they do not know the content. They can see that a phone call was made. They can see that two people met in a parking lot, but they cannot read the notebook. They cannot hear the conversation. We are operating in the blind spot."
"I hope you are right," Keller said.
He got back into his Oldsmobile and drove away, leaving me alone in the gray light. I sat in the tercel and stared at the notebook. I had my first node. I had a second backup copy. I was no longer just a bug in the system. I was becoming a virus. I put the car in gear and began the drive back to Arlington Heights. As I passed the strip mall, I looked at the neon signs and the beige sedans and the people living their scripted lives. I did not feel like a ghost anymore. I felt like a technician. I had found a way to fight back. And for the first time in my life, I had a test plan that actually worked. I just had to make sure I did not get patched out before the network could grow. On Monday, David Keller handed me a cassette tape like it was contraband and told me about a golden retriever named Buster that the world had erased from his photographs. On Tuesday morning, I called to check on him, and he asked me who I was. "My name is Wes Mariani. For a week, I had been getting patch notes for a reality that gets edited on a schedule, and I thought I had finally found a way to fight it. I had found two other people who noticed the edits, and we had agreed to hold the true version of each other, so that when the world rewrote one of us, someone would still remember the original." I woke up on Tuesday, certain it would work. Keller did not remember the dog or the tape. He did not remember me at all. And I was about to learn the difference between recording the truth and keeping it. I slept for the first time in 5 days. And I woke up Tuesday morning thinking I had won something. That is the part I want to put down first, because I've learned this week that the feeling right before a thing goes wrong is itself a kind of data. And the feeling I had on Tuesday morning was good. I had a network. I had two nodes, Sumi in Newark and Keller in Schaumburg. Two people holding a true copy of me, while I held true copies of them. I had walked away from an agent who could not process a man walking toward him. I had a method, and the method had a name. And naming a thing is the closest I get to controlling it. I lay on top of my blankets in the olive jacket I'd stopped bothering to take off, and I'd listened to the building hum its unnameable note. And for once, the note did not frighten me, because I had decided I was the one doing something to the system now, and not the other way around. I am putting that feeling down first, so that you understand what it cost me to lose it. I made coffee. I ate, which I noted because I had started keeping track of whether I ate, the way you keep track of a process you do not trust to run on its own. I sat at the kitchen table with the notebook open to the Keller page, his erased dog, and his repainted fence, and his vanished scar, and my own all caps. And I decided I would call him. Not because anything was wrong, because checking on a node is maintenance, and I was a man with a maintenance schedule now, and that felt like health. I dialed Schomburg. It rang 4 times. Then a man picked up and said, "Hello?" And it was Keller's voice, the thin, brittle voice from the parking lot. And I felt the small relief you feel when a thing you built is still running. "Mr. Keller, it's Wes. Wes Mariani. I'm checking in, like we said." There was a pause on the line. Not the loaded pause from the first call. The one where he was deciding whether I was real. A different pause. A blank one. "I'm sorry," Keller said. "Who is this?" Here's what happened in my chest. Exactly. Because precision is the only tool I have left, and I am not going to put it down now. It was not fear at first. It was the specific cold drop of a tester watching a build do a thing the build is not supposed to be able to do. You file a bug, you write the repro steps, the developer fixes it, you verify the fix, you close the ticket, and the bug is gone. That is the contract. A closed bug stays closed. And then one morning, you run the same build, and the bug is back, behaving exactly as before. As if the fix had never shipped. And for a second, the floor of your whole profession tilts. Because if a closed bug can reopen itself, then nothing you have ever signed off on is safe. Keller had known me yesterday. He had stood in a parking lot and handed me a cassette tape like contraband and told me about a golden retriever named Buster that the world had smudged out of his photographs. He'd taken my name and my address and the make of my car. He had agreed to be my parody bit. "We met yesterday," I said. I kept my voice level. The level voice. "In Schomburg, behind the strip mall off Roselle. You brought the tape, the answering machine tape, your own voice, talking about the upstairs leak before the leak happened." "I think you have the wrong number," Keller said. He was not lying. That was the thing I could hear. The thing that made the coffee go to acid in my stomach. A man lying sounds like a man managing information. Keller sounded like a man being asked about a country he had never visited. Polite? A little concerned for me? I don't have an answering machine that does that. I don't know anything about a tape. "Buster," I said. I do not know why I said it. It was the cruelest available thing, and I said it anyway, because I needed to see if it was still in there. "Your dog, the golden retriever. You told me you could still remember the smell of his fur." The line was quiet for a moment. "I never had a dog," Keller said. And his voice did the thing my mother's voice had done over a plain white cake. It stayed warm. It stayed kind. It stayed certain. And it was wrong all the way through. "I'm allergic. Always have been. Is this... Are you all right, son? Do you need me to call someone for you?" I hung up. I did not decide to. My hand did it. I sat at the table, and I did the only thing I know how to do, which is document. I opened the notebook to the Keller page. There it all was, in my handwriting, from yesterday. The fence that had been white, the dog named Buster, the scar on the left forearm that had vanished one Tuesday, the microcassette in the clear plastic case. My own record, in my own hand, of a meeting that the other party no longer believed had happened. And here is the part I need you to sit with, because I sat with it for a long time at that table. The notebook still said it. The page was not blank. The dog was still written down. The system had reached into David Keller and taken the dog and the tape and the fence and the meeting and me, all of it, smooth and clean. And it had not touched my notebook at all. I had thought the notebook was the point. I had told Keller the notebook was the point. That the small things written down were the only things that mattered. That I would be his external drive. I had built the whole method on the idea that if I held the true copy, the truth survived. But the truth had not survived. It had only been recorded. Those are different things, and I had learned the difference once before, 4 days ago, holding a plain photograph my mother could not see. I had learned it, and I had not learned it. Because here I was again, a man with the correct data in his hand, and no one to give it to. And the data changing nothing. Because the person it was about had been edited around it. The notebook was not a backup. The notebook was a gravestone. It is a very precise record of exactly what is no longer there. I called Delphine at the call center, and I told her, and she was quiet in the way she gets, and then she said the thing I did not want and needed. I told you not to test it again. You told me not to go back to the unit. I didn't go back to the unit. I told you a phone call is an action, Mariani. I told you that on Wednesday. You said it back to me. A phone call is a flare. Her voice was not cruel. It was worse than cruel. It was tired. You sent up a flare over David Keller. You stood in a parking lot with him for an hour, in the open. You made a man who they had not bothered to finish into a man worth finishing. And then you called him this morning to admire your work, and your work was gone. I did not say anything. That's not me being right, Delphine said. I don't want to be right about this. I'm telling you because you are about to do it to sue me next. You are going to call Newark to make sure she's still there. And I need you to understand what the call is before you make it. The call is the thing that gets them found. We are not building a network. We are building a list, and we are handing it to them one name at a time. By being the only two people who ever contact these people. The acid in my stomach climbed into my throat. Then how do we hold anyone? I said. If contact is the thing that erases them. If the notebook is just a gravestone. What's the point of any of it? What's the win? The line hissed. The call center clattered behind her. 100 people taking calls about software that broke in ordinary ways. The lucky ones. I don't know, Delphine said. I genuinely do not know. And I am not going to pretend because you would hear it. But I know that whatever the win is, it is not louder. We have been getting louder all week. You wrote back to it. We drove to the unit. You walked at the agent. You recruited 2 strangers in 2 days. Every single move we have made has been bigger. And we told ourselves bigger was the same as winning. because it felt better than being careful. Careful didn't work, you're right. Careful got your mother. But loud just got David Keller's dog. I drove to Schaumburg anyway. I wanted on the record that I knew it was the wrong move while I was making it. And I made it. Because there are things you have to see with your own eyes before the rest of you will accept them. And a man forgetting you over a phone line is not the same as a man forgetting you to your face. I needed the second one. I needed to know which kind of gone he was. I found the strip mall. I found the parking lot. The wide, cracked apron behind it. The dying hedge. The brown Oldsmobile was there, parked outside a hardware store. And Keller was loading a bag of something into the trunk. Ordinary, unhurried, a man running a Tuesday errand. I did not get out of the car. I sat in the Tercel a few spaces away, and I watched him. And I made myself do the thing I am for, which is notice. He moved easily. The slump was still there. The windbreaker, a size too large, the crooked glasses. But the thing that had been on him in the parking lot yesterday, the hunted thing, the thing that had made him hold a cassette like it was contaminated, that was gone. He was not a man living on a trapdoor anymore. He had the loose, unguarded posture of someone who has never once suspected the ground. And his left forearm, where he reached up to close the trunk, where there had been a jagged bicycle scar that vanished one Tuesday, was something I made myself look at hard. The scar was back. I want to be exact, because this is the part that I cannot make fit, and I am not going to pretend it fits. Yesterday, Keller told me the scar had vanished, that the skin had gone smooth, that the injury had been edited out of his skin. He grieved it in the parking lot, the missing scar. One more thing the world said had never happened. Today, across the width of the lot, in flat, gray light, the scar was on his arm. A pale, jagged line, exactly where he had described the absence. I made myself keep looking at it. I made myself do the discipline I had failed to do all week, which is to distrust the first reading and check it against the record. And the record was in my jacket, in my own hand. Keller's voice from yesterday telling me the skin had gone smooth. Smooth. He had described running his thumb over the place where the scar used to be, and feeling nothing. No ridge, no line. And I had written it down, because it had seemed like the cruelest of his losses. His skin lying to him about its own history. And now the skin was telling the truth again. And the truth was the lie. Because the scar coming back was not a healing. It was a revert. They had not just taken the meeting in the dog. They had rolled him back further than that. They had restored the scar, the original injury, the version of David Keller from before any of the edits he had noticed, the version that had never lost anything and therefore had nothing to grieve, and therefore had never become a noticer at all. They had not patched the bug. They had reverted him to a build from before the bug existed. He closed the trunk. He got in his car. He did not look at the gray Tercel parked a few spaces away with a man inside it watching him, because there was no reason for David Keller to look. I was no one to him. I was a stranger in a parking lot, which is a thing the suburbs are full of, and his eyes slid off me, the way your eyes slide off the gap where Unit 114 is supposed to be. He drove away. He did not check his mirror. I sat there a long time. The hardware store sign buzzed. A woman went in and came out with a length of chain. The world ran its perfect, ordinary Tuesday, and somewhere in it, David Keller drove home whole and unhaunted to a house with a white or yellow fence he would never wonder about again. Restored, healed, deleted in the only way that leaves nothing to bury. I came home in the dark, and I sat at the kitchen table, and I did not open the notebook, because I knew what it said. And I could not look at the dog. I had thought I was building redundancy. A distributed array, I told him. Parity bits, lose a drive, and reconstruct from the others. I had been so pleased with the figure. But I had the architecture backward, and I saw it now, sitting in the dark with the unnameable hum coming up through the floor. In a real array, the data is the thing you protect, and the disks are interchangeable. Here, it was the opposite. The person was the data, and the system did not have to corrupt my copy to win. It only had to revert the original, and then my perfect, faithful, lovingly maintained copy was not a backup of anything. It was a record of a person who, as far as the world was now concerned, had never been the way I wrote him down. I was not making people harder to delete. I was making a very careful catalog of the deleted. And I was, every time I made contact, telling the system which catalog entries still needed work. I thought about Sumi in Newark, holding her end, waiting for my next call. I thought about how badly I wanted to dial her right now, to hear her voice and confirm she still knew mine. And I understood that the wanting was the trap. That the call I most needed to make was the call most likely to get her reverted. That the kindest thing I could do for the one node I had left was to never contact her again, which meant the network, the whole bright idea of it, was a thing that could only exist as long as you never used it. A backup you can never read is not a backup. It is just a thing you were afraid to lose. I opened the notebook, after all. I turned past Keller, because I could not, and I found a clean page, and I wrote the only true thing I had learned all day, in the all caps I use when I need a thing to hold still long enough to be looked at. They do not delete the copy. They revert the original. Contact is what flags them. The network only works if I never touch it. Keller, reverted. Scar, back. Dog, never existed. I am the only one who remembers he noticed. I looked at the last line for a while. I am the only one who remembers he noticed. That was the whole shape of it. Not the only one who remembers the dog. The dog was always going to lose. The dog was a casualty from the first edit. The thing I was now the sole custodian of was smaller and worse. I was the only place in the world that still held the fact that David Keller had once, briefly, woken up, that he had seen the seam, that for a few days he had been one of us, before they smoothed him back to sleep so gently that the smoothing left a scar where the missing scar had been, healing him of the only wound that had ever mattered. The building hummed its note I could not name. Somewhere up ahead, at the end of a week I still had not reached, the thing that had lost track of me in the dark was learning, I had to assume, from what it had just done to Keller. It could not see me. But it had just shown me it did not need to see me to hurt me. It only had to wait by the people I reached for and revert them the moment I made them matter. I did not call Newark. That was the hardest thing I did all week, and it was the first genuinely careful thing I had done since my mother put the chain on the door. And I understood, finally, that careful and loud were never the choices. The choice was whether the people I loved were safer with me knowing them or without. And for the first time, the honest answer was without. I closed the notebook. I left Sumi alone in Newark, holding a copy of a man she was safer forgetting. It was the most useful thing I had ever not done. David Keller drove home on Tuesday, healed of every wound that had ever made him real. The scar he had grieved the day before was back on his arm. His dog had never existed, and he did not know my name. My name is Wes Mariani. For a week, I had been getting patch notes for a reality that turns out to be edited on a schedule, and I had built a plan to save the people the edits were erasing. The plan was to find them and hold the true version of each of them. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. What I had actually built was a list of everyone I wanted to protect, handed straight to the thing doing the erasing. Because every time I reached for one of them, I told it exactly where to aim. So on Wednesday, I stopped reaching for people, and I started thinking about the one thing left that I could reach for without getting anyone erased. Wednesday, I did not go to work. And for once, I did not have to invent a reason, because I had finally understood that there was no version of my life left that work was a part of. I am going to be careful about how I say this, because the last time I felt like I understood something, I drove to Schaumburg and made a man worth deleting. So I am going to lay it out the way I would lay out a defect. The steps, the expected result, the actual result, and let it sit there being true without me decorating it. Steps. I had received notes for a reality I had not lived yet. I had found one other person who noticed, then a second. I had built a method out of them. The method was that we would hold each other, true copies against the Overwrite, and that holding the truth would be a way of keeping people. Expected result. The truth survives. The people survive in the truth. Actual result. David Keller drove home Tuesday with a scar on his arm that he had grieved the loss of on Monday, and no dog and no memory of me. Healed of every wound that had ever made him real. The truth survived in my notebook, and it kept no one. The method did not just fail. The method was the murder weapon. Every person I reached for, I marked. Contact was the flare. I had spent 2 days teaching the thing where to aim by walking up to people in parking lots and making them matter. I sat at my kitchen table Wednesday morning with the folder closed in front of me, and I did the math on it, cold, the way you do the math on a build you are about to recommend pulling. 63 names. Sumi in Newark, The only one I had left. The only one I had not yet finished by loving. And the kindest thing I could do for her was to never pick up a phone again. The network was a target list I was building for them, one introduction at a time. A method that only works if you never use it is not a method. It is a cage I had built for myself out of other people's danger. I had built it, too, with the best part of myself. That was the thing I kept catching on. It had not come from a bad place. It had come from the same instinct that made me a decent tester. The refusal to let a broken thing go undocumented. The belief that if you write the failure down clearly enough, someone can fix it. I had taken the one good reflex I had, and I had pointed it at living people. And the reflex had worked exactly as designed. It had documented them beautifully. And the documentation was what got them found. There is a particular shame in being undone by your own competence. It is worse than being undone by a flaw, because you cannot resolve to do better. You just are. The thing that failed was the thing you were proud of. So I stopped reaching for people. That was Wednesday's first decision, and it was easy, because the alternative was Keller's scar, over and over, in a different city each time. The second decision took longer. I made coffee. I ate because the architect had told me to, and because I had decided that doing the small, sane things was its own kind of resistance. A way of staying a person who could be reasoned with by his own better judgment. The building hummed its note I could no longer name, and I sat in it. And I let myself think the thought I had been walking around since Tuesday night. There was one contact left that flagged no one. The architect. I turned it over slowly, because it felt like a trick. And most things that feel like an escape this week have been a trick. But it held up. Every other contact I made put a target on a stranger. The architect was not a stranger. And it was not a bystander. It was already watching me. Or it had been. Before I walked off the edge of its map. Writing to it did not expose a new person to the Overwrite, because the architect was not a person and was not at risk. It was the one line I could open that did not get someone reverted on the other end. More than that, it was the one line where I had an advantage, and I had been too busy grieving to use it. It could not see me. It had told me so itself, in its own warm, apologetic voice, at 3 a.m. after my mother forgot my name. I do not have a copy of you writing to me. For the first time since your address came up on the wrong line, I do not know what you are going to do. I had read that as horror, the thing that watches everything admitting a blind spot. And it was horror, but it was also a tool. And I had left the tool on the bench for 2 days because I was busy using the other tool, the one that got Keller. I had been thinking about the blindness backward. I had been using it to hide. A man hides in a blind spot. But a blind spot is also the one place from which you can reach something without it seeing your hand coming. I had been treating invisibility as a place to cower. It was a place to strike from. I sat with that for a while, because it frightened me. And the things that frighten me are usually the things worth checking. For a week, I had been the prey. The thing read ahead. It stood at the end of the week and looked back. And everything I did, it had already seen me do. And the terror of that was total. the terror of a mouse that learns the cat can see in the dark. And then I had done one unscripted thing, written back when I was supposed to go quiet, and the cat had lost me. I had spent 2 days experiencing that as a reprieve, a place to breathe. But a reprieve is a passive thing. You wait it out. You hope it lasts. And it would not last. Because the thing was learning. It had shown me that with Keller. It did not need to see me to hurt the people near me. So waiting in the blind spot was just a slower way of losing. The other way to hold a blind spot was to use it before it closed. Not to hide in the dark from the thing that could not see you, but to walk up behind it in that dark and put your hand on it while it was still looking the wrong way. The same fact, the blindness, was a coffin or a weapon, depending entirely on whether you sat still in it or moved. I did not know yet what the strike was. I am not going to pretend I had a plan sitting there Wednesday morning, beyond a single cold sentence that had assembled itself overnight and would not leave. Stop reaching for the copies. Reach for the source. I called Delphine once that morning, and it was the last call I let myself make to a person all day, and I made it brief on purpose. "I'm not calling Newark," I said, before she could ask. "I'm not calling anyone on the list, ever. I worked it out. Every contact is a flag. The network is a target list I was building for them, one introduction at a time. So it's done. Sue me safer if I disappear from her entirely. And so is everyone else in that folder." The line was quiet. Then Delphine said, "Okay." Just that. No argument. She had been telling me a version of this all week, the loud versus careful thing, and she did not make me eat it, which is the difference between Delphine and almost everyone. She will tell you that you are wrong, and then she will not stand on your neck about it once you agree. "But," she said, "but I'm not done." I know. "You have a but. I can hear the but from here. You don't go quiet. You never go quiet. That's the whole reason it lost you. So tell me what the but is. And tell me before you do it this time, not after, the way you did with the email and with Keller. You owe me before, Mariani. After is how people get scars they grieved put back." I told her. The one contact that flags no one. The blind spot is a place to strike from instead of hide in. The cold sentence. Reach for the source. She was quiet for a long time. The call center going behind her. All those people handling ordinary breakage. "That's either the smartest thing you've said all week or the way you die," she said finally. "And the honest answer is I can't tell which, and neither can you. And you're going to do it anyway. So here's my condition. You do not go to the unit yet. You do not drive to Schaumburg today, high on a new idea. That is the exact move that got Keller. You, certain, in a car, going to a place. The idea might be good. The driving there today part is the same mistake in a new hat. A breath. Sit with it a day. Write to it if you have to write to something. But the unit stays shut until we have thought about what opening it actually does, because it is the one place they put a man in coveralls to guard, which means it is the one place they cannot simply patch, which means it is the one place where walking in might be the thing that finally gets you deleted properly, instead of just lost. It was good. It was better than my idea, because it kept my idea and remove the part of it that was just Tuesday wearing a disguise. "When did you get better at this than me?" I said. I meant it as the closest thing to a joke I had left. "I was always better at this than you," Delphine said. "You're the one who notices things. I'm the one who files them so they can be found again. You've been trying to do both jobs all week, and it's why you keep walking into rooms you should have mapped first. So map it first. That's the deal. You notice, I file, and neither of us drives anywhere on a feeling." A pause. Softer. "I'm not losing you to a storage unit because you had a good idea on a Wednesday. I've lost enough this week. We both have." "Okay," I said. "Say it back." "I don't go to the unit today. I sit with it. If I reach for anything, I reach for the source, and reaching for the source cannot get anyone reverted." "Good," Delphine said. "Now eat something. You sound like you haven't, and I have a stack of people on hold who think AOL ate their email, and the terrible thing is that for most of them, it just did. Ordinarily, the boring way, and I have to go be a person who fixes that." She hung up. I sat with the dial tone a second. She had not said it the way the architect said it, the careful way, the way that put a cold hand on the back of my neck. She had said it the way she always had, the way my mother used to. Eat something. I let it be ordinary. It was the last ordinary thing in the day. I spent the afternoon doing the only kind of reaching that costs no one, which is reaching backward into what I already had. I opened the folder, not to call anyone, to read. I had been treating the 63 tickets as a recruiting list, names to reach toward, and that was the poison in it. So I made myself read them a different way, as a forensic record. The way you read a crash log, not to find someone to blame, but to find the shape of the failure. In reading them cold, as data, and not as people I might save, I started to see a thing I had missed while I was busy trying to be everyone's external drive. The tickets were not random. I had known the geography. 19 of the 63 clustered near me, densest at the unit. But geography was only one axis, and Delphine, who sorts by every axis because that is who she is, had tabbed them 5 ways. I pulled the timestamp tab, and I laid the dates out, and I stopped breathing for a second, because there was a pattern in the dates that no one reaching for people would ever have looked for. The leaks were not spread evenly across the calendar. They came in bursts. Clusters of tickets sharing a date, then nothing for days, then another cluster. I counted them. The bursts were not random either. They were spaced. Tuesday and Wednesday. The last 2 weeks. Every time. The leaks, the seams, the moments when tomorrow's voicemail showed up on today's machine, they happened on a schedule. I sat back from the table and felt something move in my chest that I had not felt since before the first email, since back when a wrong skybox seam was the worst thing in my week. It took me a second to name it, because I had not felt it in so long. It was the feeling of a bug becoming reproducible. There was a moment in testing, the best moment, the only genuinely good moment in the whole trade, when a thing that has been happening, at random, mockingly, untraceably, suddenly snaps onto a grid. You stop being the victim of the bug and start being its student. The crash that came out of nowhere turns out to come out of somewhere, every time, under conditions you can write down. The instant you can predict a failure, you are no longer afraid of it in the same way. You are still in danger, but you are in scheduled danger. And scheduled danger can be planned around. Patches deploy on a schedule. I knew this in my hands, the way I knew the boiler's B-flat. You do not ship a build whenever. You ship it in a window, a maintenance window, late, when the load is low. And you ship it on the same days because the pipeline runs on the same days. The studio shipped Crusader builds Tuesday nights for 2 years because that was when the publisher's machine was free. Reality version 2.347.11 had deployed on a Tuesday. The hotfix, version 2.347.12, late Wednesday. My mother had been edited across a weekend and finished on a Sunday, which had felt like a special cruelty aimed at me. It was actually just the next available window. The build going out when the build was scheduled to go out. My mother no more singled out by the timing than any other file in a release. Keller had been reverted on a Tuesday. The thing did not improvise. The thing that had reached into my mother and traced a spaceship onto a blank cake with her own finger ran on a deployment schedule, like any other shop, shipping any other build. And the schedule was the most human thing I had found out about it yet, and the most useful. A thing with a schedule has constraints. A thing with constraints has a shape. And I had spent my whole working life learning the shape of things that ship on schedules, learning where they are strong, and where, in the rush to make the window, they get sloppy. I wrote it in the notebook. Not the eulogy kind of entry I had been writing all week. The gravestone entries. A different kind. The kind I used to write when I was still a tester, who believed a bug could be cornered. They ship on a schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday window. Confirmed across 14 days of tickets. The blind spot is me. The schedule is them. I know when the next window opens. And they do not know I will be watching it. I underline the last line, and for the first time since my mother put the chain on the door, the underline was not grief. It was the thing I had been a tester for my whole small life without knowing it. It was a repro step. It was the beginning of a plan to catch the bug in the act. Except I was not filing it for a developer to fix this time. There was no developer. There was just me, in a schedule, in a window I could now predict, in a blind spot they had handed me themselves. I did not have the strike yet, but I had the clock. You cannot ambush a thing until you know when it shows up. And now I knew when it showed up, and it did not know that I knew. Because the knowing happened in the one place it could not see, which was inside the man it had lost in the dark. The next window was Tuesday. 6 days. I closed the notebook. The building hummed its unnameable note, and I let it, because for the first time the note was not the sound of the world coming apart around me. It was just a clock I hadn't learned to read yet. And I had 6 days to learn. I ate something. Then I sat down at the table with the folder and the dates and a pencil. And I started, alone, on purpose, reaching for no one, to figure out exactly what a man does in a maintenance window when he is the one variable the system forgot to account for. The thing that had been editing my mother out of her own memory turned out to be housed in a rented storage unit that needed air conditioning, behind a door the county swears is not there. My name is Wes Mariani. For 2 weeks, something had been mailing me patch notes for a reality that gets rewritten on a schedule.
and it had taken my mother, and it could no longer see me. So I learned when it deploys, and on the one night it was too busy to send anyone to stop me, I went over the fence, with the only person left who knows my name. And I opened the door. There was no reactor inside, no glowing machine. Just an office with a coffee mug someone had set down minutes ago and not come back for. And a wall of labeled boxes going back into the dark. Every box was a person. We did it on the Tuesday, because Tuesday was when they were busy.
That was the whole plan, and I want to give it to you the way Delphine and I built it across 6 days at my kitchen table, because we built it carefully, which is a sentence I have not earned the right to say very often this year. The edits ship in a window. Tuesday and Wednesday, late. The maintenance window, confirmed across 2 weeks of her folder. When the window is open, the thing is deploying, which means the thing is occupied, which means whatever it sends into the present to guard its hardware, the man in the coveralls, the firewall, is doing the work of the window somewhere else. You do not break into the building during business hours. You break in during the deploy, when every hand the system has is committed to pushing the build, and the front door is watched by no one, because no one was supposed to know there was a door.
Delphine worked it the way she works everything, by every axis at once. She pulled the timestamps and found the window opened around 11 at night and ran into the small hours. She pulled the geography and confirmed the unit sat at the dead center of the local cluster, the densest point, the place the edits radiated from.
And she did the thing I would not have thought to do, because I am the one who notices, and she is the one who files. She cross-referenced the 2 agent sightings we had, Heinemann's and the unit, against the calendar. And neither had happened during a window. The agent worked the off hours, the days between deploys, the patrolling. During the deploy itself, the agent went quiet.
Committed elsewhere. That was the gap. A window inside the window. It took us the full 6 days, and most of that time was not planning. It was arguing about the parts of the plan that were really just fear with a diagram. I wanted to go in the first night I understood the schedule. Delphine made me sit with it. She made me say out loud, every night, what I expected to find and what I would do if I found something else. Because she said the thing that undoes you is not the plan failing, it is the plan succeeding into a room you did not picture and freezing because you only rehearsed the door. So we rehearsed past the door. We rehearsed me finding a machine. We rehearsed me finding people. We rehearsed me finding nothing, an empty unit, the whole thing a misdirect, and having to walk back out over the fence with no answer and call it a win because we left clean. She would not let me build a plan that only worked if the room was what I hoped. By Monday, I could recite the leaving better than the entering. That was the point. She had built the exit before she let me build the door. "You understand what I'm agreeing to," she said, the last night, Monday. The folder closed between us. "I'm not letting you go alone. That's not me being brave. That's me being unwilling to be the person who held the folder while you walked into the one room they bothered to guard and never came back out. If we do this, we do it together, and we do it on the clock. And the second the clock says go, we are gone. In or out. No admiring the work. Say it. In or out. Gone when the window's closing. Together. Together."
she said. And it was not a soft word the way she said it. It was a load rating.
We parked the Civic on the frontage road at 11:15 Tuesday night. Lights off, far enough from the fence that we were a shape and not a car. The storage place was the cover of an old photograph under its sodium lights, the way it had been the first night. Except the first night, I had driven away. And tonight I was not going to. The lot was empty. The tan sedan that had sat by the dumpster for a week was gone, which Delphine clocked before I did and did not like. Either it moved or it was never a car, she said. File it. Don't solve it. We're on the clock. We went over the fence at the dark corner where the chain link met the dumpster enclosure, and my New Balances hit the gravel inside, and the whole world did not end, which is a thing your nerves do not believe until it happens, the not ending. I had spent 6 days imagining the moment my foot came down on the wrong side of that fence, and I had built it into something enormous. An alarm, a hand, the sky going wrong. What actually happened was gravel under a sneaker, and Delphine landing beside me a second later, soft, and the sodium lights buzzing the way sodium lights buzz, and nothing else. The world did not care that we had crossed a line, because the line was ours, a thing we had drawn out of fear, and the world had never agreed to it. We crossed the back row, low and fast. The numbers went by in the dark. 111, 112, 113, and then the gap that the eye wants to call the support beam. And I made myself stop and do the arithmetic again the way I had the first time. Force the geometry to admit the door. And there it was. 114. Orange. No lock. Exactly where the county swore there was nothing. And under the door, the inch of gap where a roll-up does not meet the concrete was lit. The window was open. Something inside was running. I stood there a second with my hand not yet on the latch and let myself feel the size of it, because I had promised myself I would not pretend this was small. For 2 weeks, this door had been the thing I drove away from. The first night, Delphine and I had watched a light come on under it by itself, and a shadow cross that light, and we had chosen the careful thing and left. And I had been choosing the careful thing my whole life, and it had cost me my mother, and bought me nothing. So here I was, on the clock, in the window, with the one person left who knew my name, about to do the opposite of careful, in the one place careful had been most justified. Delphine put her hand flat on the cold metal of the door beside the latch, not on the latch, just on the door, the way she had put her hand on the photograph of my mother the night killer, the way she marks the thing before she does the irreversible part of it. Then she nodded once. I slid the latch. It cleared the housing with a heavy clack that went off across the empty lot like a gunshot, and we both froze. And nothing came. I got my fingers under the handle, and I braced, and I pulled, and the door went up its tracks, loud as a freight train, and I shoved it the rest of the way to the top. And we were looking into the room the architects' organization had told me, in its warm, apologetic voice, to stay away from, for my own sake. It was not what I expected, because I had been expecting, I think, a machine, a glowing thing, a reactor, a server farm, an altar, the kind of set piece your brain builds for the source of a horror. There was none of that. It was an office. The floor was raised anti-static tile, gray, the kind they put under a server room so the static does not fry the hardware. The walls were lined with sound foam, the gray egg crate kind, the kind that makes a room dead and quiet and a little too still. The air was colder than the night outside, a deliberate, machine-kept cold, and it smelled like cold electronics and the ghost of carpet cleaner. There was a hum, a real one, an HVAC and the deep, even thrum of equipment running, and it was not B-flat, and it was not F-sharp, and it was not the unnameable note the world had been making at me for 2 weeks. It was just the sound a room full of computers makes. The most ordinary sound there is. In that room, it was the most frightening sound I had ever heard, because it meant the thing that had reached into my mother's head was housed in something that needed air conditioning. A single desk in the center. Standard office desk. Faux wood top, a beige tower humming under it, and a CRT on top. The screen alive. Green text scrolling on black. A chair, pushed back at an angle, the way a chair is when someone got up from it. A coffee mug on the desk. I put the back of my hand near it without thinking, the way you check a thing. And it was warm. "Mariani," Delphine said, very quietly. And I followed where she was looking, and the room kept going back past the desk, deeper than the 20 feet a storage unit is supposed to be. In the back of it was shelving. Industrial shelving, floor to ceiling, the kind in any warehouse. And on the shelves were boxes. Bankers' boxes. Hundreds of them. Each one labeled in the same small square hand on a white sticker. And we walked back into the stacks together, on the clock, not admiring. And I read the labels. And the labels were names. Harwell, A. Austin. Reyes, M. San Diego. A box for the woman in Hoffman Estates. A box for the Elk Grove kid. Names I knew from Delphine's folder, and names I did not know at all. Rows of them. The handwriting never varying. The stickers never crooked. The alphabetization perfect. Someone filed these. Someone had a system for this, a labeling convention, a shelving scheme. The same way Delphine had a labeling convention for the tickets. And the thought that the people who unmade reality used the same office supplies as a call center in Schaumburg was worse than any reactor I could have imagined. I pulled one down because we were already past the point where not touching protected anyone. And I lifted the lid. And inside was a life. Photographs. Real ones. The originals. A golden retriever in every frame. A dog named Buster leaning against a boy's legs. The dog the world had smudged out of David Keller's house. Here. Kept. Filed. A length of white fence in a photograph. White. The fence Keller swore had been white. A cassette tape in a clear case. His own voice. From a Thursday that no longer existed. The things they took. Not destroyed. Archived. The originals of the deleted. Boxed and labeled and kept cold in a room that needed air conditioning. Because you do not throw away a master copy, even when you ship the patch. You keep the master in cold storage, in case you ever need to roll it back. I stood there with the lid in one hand and Keller's whole erased childhood in the other. And the thing that broke in me was not grief exactly. It was recognition. I knew this room. I had spent 6 years in a room like this.
A basement full of records of things that had gone wrong. Every defect logged, every crash preserved, every broken build kept on a shelf in case engineering needed to reproduce it. I was a man who archived failures for a living. And I was standing in the place where I was a record, where my mother was a record, where the work I did every day was being done at a scale I could not hold, by hands that labeled their stickers as neatly as mine.
I understood, standing in the stacks with Keller's dog in my hands, that I had been wrong about the cruelest thing. I had thought the cruelest thing was that the truth survived in my notebook and reached no one. But the truth survived here too, completely, lovingly, in better condition than my all-caps scrawl. And it reached no one either, because keeping a thing is not the same as letting it be true. And these people had a whole climate-controlled room devoted to keeping what they had decided would no longer be true. The archive was a graveyard that called itself a backup. I had built one notebook of it. They had built a warehouse.
"There are too many," Delphine said. She was reading boxes fast, her voice gone flat the way it goes when the facts are doing the scaring. "Mariani, this isn't 63. This row alone is more than 63. There were..." She stopped counting out loud. "The 63 were the ones who called a tech line and got me. This is everyone. This is everyone they've ever reverted. And it's one room, in one suburb. And there is no reason on earth to think this is the only room. We thought we were a folder. We're a shelf. We're not even a full shelf." The window was still open. The CRT at the desk was still scrolling. I should have been watching the clock. And I was not, because I had seen 3 shelves over, near the end of the row, a box with a name I knew the shape of before I could read it. Holloway Mariani. K. Chicago. My mother's box. I do not remember crossing to it. I remember my hands on the lid. Inside was a small reel of tape, labeled in the square hand. And I did not have to play it to know what was on it. It was her real voice. The one that knew my name. They had not taken a photograph from my mother, because the photograph never changed. The photograph had always been the plain, true thing, and they had not needed to touch it. What they took was her. The version of her that recognized her son, lifted clean out of a woman and boxed and kept cold against a day that would never come. Because there is no them that wants to put her back. There is only a process that keeps masters, because keeping masters is what the process does. I knelt on the anti-static floor in the cold, and I held the reel of my mother's real voice in my hands, in the one place in the world she still existed correctly. And for a second, the whole plan, the window, the clock, the together, all of it went away. And there was just a man on his knees in a warehouse, holding the master of a woman who, 3 miles south, did not know his name. Wes. Delphine's hand on my shoulder, not Mariani. Wes. She only does that when the floor is gone. The clock. We have to be the kind of people who leave. You taught me that, you idiot. You leave the dog. You leave the voice. You take the one thing that changes the next move, and you leave the rest. Because the rest is a grave.
and you cannot carry a grave out over a fence. She was right. She was always right about the leaving.
I put the reel of my mother's voice back in the box, which was the second hardest thing I have done this year. And I did not take it. And I stood up. And that is when I saw the last thing. The thing that changed the back half of everything that comes after this. And I almost walked past it, because it was at the very end of the row. Alone. Separated by a foot of empty shelf from all the finished boxes. As if it did not belong with them. It was a box with my name on it. Mariani W., Arlington Heights. And it was open. The lid was off, set beside it. And it was nearly empty. Every other box in that room was full. A complete life, a finished archive, a master, pressed and shelved and kept. Mine had a few things in it. A photograph of a boy at a 5th birthday I do not remember. The one detail I kept, the misspelled name. A bus transfer. The smell somehow, faintly, of a jacket I have owned since 1993. 3 or 4 objects in a banker's box built to hold a whole person. And the rest of it bare cardboard, and a white sticker on the lid in the square hand that did not say my name like the others. It said, in the same pen, one word. Pending. They had started my box. They had started archiving me, the way they archive everyone before the revert, gathering the master so they can keep it cold once they overwrite the original. And then they had stopped. The box was open, and unfinished, and pending, frozen at the moment I walked off the edge of the week they could read. Because you cannot archive a master you can no longer see. The most incomplete record in a room of finished ones was mine. And it was incomplete for the exact reason I was still alive, still myself, still standing in their warehouse with my own half-gathered life in a box in front of me. I was not in cold storage yet. I was the one file the process had open and could not close. Mariani, Delphine's voice, tight from the front of the unit. The scrolling stopped. I looked toward the desk. The green text on the CRT had quit moving. The window was closing. And in the new silence, from somewhere out on the gravel, unhurried, with all the time in the world, I heard footsteps.
There was a folder in the box with my name on it, and the folder said my mother was not finished. It said Pass 1 was complete, and Pass 2 was scheduled for the next maintenance window, which was 6 days away.
My name is Wes Mariani. For 2 weeks, I had thought the thing editing reality had already taken my mother. That the woman 3 miles south who did not know my name was the final version, and there was nothing left to lose.
That night, I broke into the unit where they keep the originals, and I carried out my own half-built file. And I learned I had been wrong. She was not overwritten. She was in progress. And they had a date set for the rest of her. And the only thing keeping them from doing it was that they could no longer see me. The moment they did, the clock would start. The CRT cut. It did not flicker or fade. It went black between one cycle and the next, The way a video card drops a signal when it has been told the deploy is over, and there is no further reason for the green text to keep moving. The room got darker in a step. The hum that had been under the air went with it.
Delphine froze with her hand on the edge of the shelf. Then footsteps. Crunch of gravel. Unhurried. I had been standing in the aisle with the box that had my name on it. The lid was on the floor at my feet. The label on the side of the box said Mariani, W. Arlington Heights. And the white sticker on the lid, upside down by my shoe, said one word. Pending.
I had been reading both for long enough that I had stopped reading them, the way you do with a sentence that is too large to fit. The footsteps got closer. Delphine pulled my sleeve. She did not speak. She turned and walked 5 steps deeper into the stacks and gestured behind her without looking. I picked up the box lid, fit it back on the box, lifted the box off the shelf, and followed her. The unit had a back wall and a front wall and one door. The door was at the front. The footsteps were at the door. We went into the row behind the row with my name on it. The aisles were narrow. The shelves were industrial, 8 feet high, painted gray. Bankers' boxes ran from the floor to the top shelf, 4 columns deep on each side. The labels on the boxes blurred together into a typography of last names and tabs. I set the box down on the floor between us and crouched. Delphine crouched. We did not look at each other. We listened. The crunch of gravel stopped. The footsteps came in. Slow. Controlled. The way a man walks when he does not want the people inside to know they are now inside with him. Artificial lavender. The same wrong sweetness. Like a cleaning product that had been engineered by someone who would never smell the flower. No skin under it. No sweat. No coffee. Even though there had been a coffee mug on the desk warm enough to read 3 minutes ago. The agent.
I have spent a long time trying to find the right word for what he smelled like. Lavender is close. Lavender is the cover. The thing under the lavender is what gets you. Which is to say, there is nothing under the lavender. He smells like a room that has never been lived in.
He smells like a new car at the dealership before the test drive. The footsteps went past the office space at the front. I heard a chair being slid out. I heard a hand on the back of the chair. I heard a click, which I think was a keyboard key, although the CRT had not come back on. I do not know what he was doing.
He was performing a procedure I did not have a manual for. Delphine's eyes flicked to mine. She mouthed, "He doesn't know." I shook my head a 1/4 inch. I thought he might.
But he was not looking. He was working. Whatever it was he had come for, he was doing it on the desk first. And we had a window of unknown duration. I looked down at the box on the floor between us. The lid was loose. I had not had time to look through what was inside.
Delphine reached over and put her hand flat on the box, palm down. She mouthed, "We go."
We had broken in to read, not to take. Reading is one set of risks. Taking is another. I had put the reel of my mother's voice back on the shelf because Delphine had said, "You cannot carry a grave out over a fence."
The box was not a grave. The box was the one thing that changed the next move. That was the exception in the rule, which is the part of any rule you reach for when you want to break the rule. I knew what Delphine's face was telling me about the rule. I picked up the box.
She closed her eyes for a second, which was the closest she came in that moment to telling me I was wrong. Then she nodded, because the agent was across the office space and we did not have the time for the longer conversation.
we moved.
The stacks were arranged in 5 aisles. We were in the 3rd aisle from the front. To get to the door, we had to cross the office space, where the agent was. We could not. There was no back door. I had been around Unit 114 from the outside enough times now that I knew the architecture. 3 external walls and 1 shared with Unit 115 next door. The shared wall is corrugated steel, like every other unit on the row. The shared wall does not have a door. We could go up. The roof of the unit was sheet metal, low overhead, with a louvered vent at the front near the office. I could see the vent. I could see that the louvers were screwed in from inside, which meant they would come out if I had a screwdriver, which I did not. The only door was the one the agent had walked through. I had been a QA tester for 6 years. The thing I have learned about a system that has only one exit is that the system does not have only one exit. It has the exit you can see, and it has the exit the engineer who built it left as a service hatch and forgot to mention in the documentation. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. I looked at the wall the agent was working against. The wall had a panel on it I had not registered when we came in. The panel was painted gray, the same color as the shelves, and it was set flush with the wall, and it had 2 recessed bolts at the top. A service panel for the conduit. The unit had to get power and signal from somewhere. The somewhere came through the back wall of the row, fed from a utility line that ran along the alley. The service panel was inside, because if you have to maintain the conduit, you do it from the side where you keep the gear. The panel was on the agent's wall. I would have to cross the office space to get to the panel. The agent was in the office space. Delphine was watching me think it through. I could see her doing the same math. She did the math faster. She put a finger to her own chest and pointed to the front of the unit, and then a finger at me and pointed at the panel. She wanted to draw him forward, so I could go past him. This is the part I keep coming back to when I think about Tuesday night. Because the right answer was no. The right answer was no. We will think of something else, wait him out, go up through the vent, do anything that does not involve you putting yourself between him and the door. The right answer was no, and we both knew it was no. And the agent was now opening a drawer on the desk and finding it empty. And we did not have time for the right answer. I nodded. She mouthed something I read as 1, 2, 3, and shifted her weight onto the balls of her feet. I shifted my weight too. When she went sideways. She did not run for the door. She moved into the 2nd aisle, 2 boxes deep, and she kicked the bottom of one of the shelving columns. Not hard. Just enough to send a box on the 3rd shelf 2 inches forward and over. The box hit the concrete floor with the sound of a banker's box hitting concrete. Not loud. Loud enough. The agent's footsteps stopped. I think a person, faced with that sound, would do one of 3 things. Freeze and listen. Walk slowly toward the sound with one hand near their belt. Call something out. The agent did the second thing. He came into the stacks at a walking pace, his weight even. No calling, no breath. I went the other way. I came out of my aisle behind him as he walked into the 2nd aisle. I crossed the office space carrying the box. The desk was on my right. The CRT was on my right, off. The coffee mug was on my right, still warm. I did not look at the mug. I went to the panel. The panel had 2 recessed bolts and a finger pull at the bottom. The bolts were quarter-turn quick release, the kind of fastener an electrician installs because they want to be able to get the panel off in 20 seconds when the building is on fire. When the second speaker's words are read,
Drop half a register and slow down, but do not perform. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest.
I set the box down on the desk because I needed both hands. I turned the bolts. The panel came off in my hands.
Behind the panel was a chase about 2 feet deep, dark, with a junction box and a bundle of cables running up and to the right toward the next unit's wall. And beyond the junction box was a square of darkness. That was the alley.
I do not mean a hole. I mean the chase ran behind the row, and the chase did not have a wall at the back. It opened onto a service alley between the 2 rows of units that I had not known existed because I had only ever looked at the units from the outside of the fence.
I dropped the panel. I picked up the box. I went into the chase. In the office behind me, I heard the agent's footsteps reverse direction.
It is a curious thing about a script. In the rain at the latch, back in the spring, I beat him by walking slowly straight toward him, because his script did not have a branch for it. He had to fall back, and the fallback was a behavior loop that meant nothing. This time he had a new branch.
I could hear it in the way his footsteps changed pattern as he came out of the aisle. He was no longer walking. He was processing a fork. 2 unknown targets moving in 2 directions, both leaving the unit by 2 different routes. He had to pick. The script picked the larger object. The script picked the panel chase. He turned away from Delphine and came after me. I was already in the chase by then. I went sideways, scraping the box along my chest, the cable bundle on my left, the junction box catching the sleeve of my jacket and tearing a thread, my shoes finding gravel under them where the floor had ended and the alley began.
Behind me, Delphine made for the front door. I did not see her. I heard the door being pushed open, and I heard her shoes on the gravel of the lot outside.
I came out of the chase at the back of the row into the service alley. The alley was narrower than I would have liked. A narrow strip of gravel and weeds and the back of a chain-link fence at the far end. The fence was the inner fence of the storage compound.
Past it lay the access road, the outer fence, and then Roselle. I went left, away from where Delphine would have come out, because I wanted the agent to follow me, not her. I went left and ran along the back of the row and counted the units as they passed.
Behind me, the agent came out of the chase. He came out neatly. He did not bang himself on the junction box. His coveralls were not torn. He stepped down onto the gravel, and he stopped. And he looked left and right, evaluating. I did not want to know what the evaluation produced. I ran.
The fence at the end of the row was tall, chain link. No barbed wire because this was a discount facility. I climbed it left-handed because I had the box under my right arm. I cut my palm on the top wire and did not feel it until later. I came down on the access road and looked back.
The agent was at the back of the row. He had not climbed the fence. He was standing on the gravel, head turned, watching me. Then his head turned the other way. He had seen Delphine.
She was coming around the front corner of the row, running, holding the panel I had dropped. She had grabbed it on the way past, or she had grabbed it because she did not want to leave anything with our prints on it. I could not tell from that distance. She was past him by the time his head turned.
She was already past him. She saw him see her. That is the part I want to be exact about. I have replayed the second since, and what I saw was Delphine running, and Delphine looking sideways at the agent in the gap between 2 units, and the agent's head moving to track her. I saw Delphine's face change in the half-second when the tracking landed. She had been a folder of tickets and a shape in a Civic at a distance. Now she had been physically observed. 6 feet, sodium light. The unit's door open behind her. She was no longer observing.
I waved her toward the outer fence. I do not remember waving. I remember her starting to run again.
I remember a long moment where I was on one side of the access road and she was on the other, and the agent was between us. And then she was over the inner fence. And then she was on the access road. And then we were both at the outer fence. And then we were over. And then we were on Roselle.
The Civic was where we had left it, in the lot of the closed muffler shop across the road. Delphine got there before me. She had the engine on by the time I made the passenger door. I dropped into the seat with the box on my lap and pulled the door shut, and she was already moving.
We took Roselle north. The agent did not come out of the lot. The agent did not need to come out of the lot. The agent had what he needed. Neither of us spoke for a long time.
She drove. She drove the way she drives when she is afraid, which is steadily and a little too slow, because she has decided that the version of her who gets pulled over for going 70 is the version who gets caught. She kept her hands at 10 and 2.
She watched the rear view on a beat I could not name, and I counted with her, because I needed something to count. After a while, she said, "Did he see your face?" He saw mine before, at the unit, hand on the latch. That was at night, in the rain. It was him.
She nodded, more to herself than to me. He saw mine. Yes. At the unit. In the lot. In the light. Yes. She drove for another mile. That's new, she said.
We did not pull off until we were in Hoffman Estates, in the back of a Jewel parking lot that had been emptying out at the end of its night, and was now a few cars and a dumpster and a row of carts. She cut the engine. She turned off the headlights.
The Civic ticked the way the Civic ticks when it has been driven hard. I set the box on my lap. "Don't open it here," she said. "I want to know what it says. I want to know too. Open it at your apartment with the door locked. At my apartment is where they know I live."
She did not answer. After a moment, she put her hand on the box. The hand was steady. The hand had a small horizontal cut across the back of it that I had not noticed at the unit, and the cut was bleeding sluggishly onto the cardboard. "You're bleeding. It's a scratch." Vargas. She put a tissue from the glove box on the back of her hand and kept her hand on the box. "Open it," she said. "Read the cover sheet. That's all. Then close it. Then we drive to your apartment." I lifted the lid.
Inside was what I had registered in the stacks. The photograph of a boy at a 5th birthday I do not remember. The misspelled name in blue gel that was the one thing I did. A bus transfer. The cardboard holding a faint trace of a jacket I had owned since 1993.
3 or 4 objects in a box built for a whole person, and the rest bare cardboard. And one thing I had not had time to see in the unit, lying flat beneath the photograph, a thin manila folder, the same kind Delphine kept her tickets in.
The folder had a label on the tab, typed in the same typewriter face that the side of the box used. The label said, "Mariani, Wesley S. Noticer, Class 2. Deploy draft, version 0.4. Hold for retry. Copy to Holloway Mariani, K. Pending pass 2.
I read it twice. I read it 3 times. The second name on the copy line was my mother. Pending pass 2. I felt the inside of my mouth go cold.
I had been thinking of Karen as overwritten and finished, in the sense that the version I had known was gone, and the version that called me a young man was the version on the books. I had not thought of her as in flight. I had not thought of her as still in the process. The process had a first pass, which I had watched come over her last Sunday at the dinner table. The process had a second pass, which had not happened yet. I opened the folder.
The first page was a typed memo with no header. It read, in part, Subject, Mariani, Wesley S., born 1972, Arlington Heights. Status, pending. Off map since April 27th. Carrier signal lost. Notes. Subject is not currently traceable through standard observation.
Subject's primary contact, Vargas, D, is not yet flagged in the observation grid. Subject's secondary anchor, Holloway Mariani, K, is in process. Pass 1 complete. Pass 2 scheduled for May 12th maintenance window, pending subject recovery to map. Recommend, hold draft, resume on recovery.
I read it again. I had to read it again because the words did not stay in my head the first time. The second pass on Karen was scheduled for next Tuesday, a week from tonight. They could not do it without me on the map, but the moment they had me, they would do it.
The pass 2 was a tidy up. The pass 2 was the cleanup that finishes the job pass 1 started. Pass 1 had given her a stranger at her door. Pass 2 would give her no son at all. The folder had a second page. It was short. Pass 2, Holloway Mariani, K, draft. Memory, birth of son, 1972, no children. Memory, pregnancy, 1971, false alarm. Photo, 1994 graduation, archived, no override required. Photo not in subject K's possession. Voice, archived master, retain pending verification. I shut the folder. Delphine was watching my face. Bad, she said. They're going to take her further. Next Tuesday. She did not ask what that meant. She had been reading along, peripherally, the way you do with a document in someone else's lap. They can't. Well, you're off map. They will, the moment I come back on. So you stay off. I shook my head once. She's still here, Vargas. Right now. The version of her that does not know me, who is still a person, who taught 4th grade for 22 years and watches ER on Thursdays. Next Tuesday, she gets a version of herself that was never a mother. The pass after that, probably never a teacher. The pass after that, probably nothing I could recognize. She is in flight. She is not finished. Wes. I know. She looked out the windshield for a moment. You have her voice on a master, she said. On a shelf. In a box. 3 miles away. Behind a man in coveralls who now knows your face. Right. We sat with it. Delphine had been there. She had held my shoulder when I held the reel. She had been the one who made me put it back. What she did not yet know was that I had been 3 boxes down the row from the box with my own name on it. And the box with my own name on it had been the more dangerous and the more important thing to bring out of the unit.
and I had been able to carry one or the other, but not both before the CRT cut. She thought I had left the reel because she had told me to. There was a second reason, and I had not yet said it. The reel was still on the shelf. The reel was still on the shelf, 3 miles away, behind a service panel I had unbolted, in an alley I now knew existed, in a unit a man in coveralls was currently resecuring. The reel was the save state. That was the line my QA brain put down for me at the kitchen table later that night. And Delphine was right about what came next. The masters were the rollback. They kept them because they kept them. And the reason did not have to be benign for it to be a reason. The line in the folder said, "Retain pending verification." You retain a master because you might need to roll back to it. You verify it because you want to be sure the rollback is clean. The org kept Karen's real voice on a reel because somewhere in their procedure was a step that involved listening to the reel and confirming the source. If the source was missing, the verification could not complete. If the verification could not complete, the pass-2 could not deploy. I do not know if the math worked that way. I do not know if the masters were rollback sources for restoration or were QA artifacts the organization kept, because any sane build pipeline kept its source. I do not know if removing the reel would block the second pass or trigger an immediate response or do nothing. What I knew was that the reel was on the shelf and Karen's pass-2 was on Tuesday, and the agent's face was a face that knew Delphine's face now. Don't, Delphine said. I had not said anything. Don't think about going back. I'm not thinking about it. You're thinking about it. I closed the folder. I closed the box. I looked at her. I want to know what playing it would do to her. Wes, I am not going to do it tonight. You are not going to do it. Ever. Until we know more. Because the way they do this is to make hope a thing you can run toward and be destroyed in. You go to her with a reel and play her real voice, and the system finishes the job on the spot. You bring her son back, and the org pushes past 2 in the middle of the song. You set a save state next to a person who has been deployed forward of it, and the engineers behind the pipeline get to decide which version writes through. I know. You don't know. You think you know. I know. She did not argue. She put her hands back on the wheel, and we drove the rest of the way to my apartment in the kind of silence that is not silence. The kind that has both of us thinking in the same direction and refusing to talk about it. She parked at the curb in front of the pierogi hut. She did not get out. I did not get out. The box sat between us. Take it inside, she said. Take it up the stairs. Put it under your bed. Do not open it again tonight. Vargas, listen to me. I listened. They keep the masters because they keep the masters, she said. We do not know why. Until we know why, we treat the masters like radioactive material. We do not touch them. We do not take them out of the shelf. We do not go back into that unit for one. Do you hear me? I hear you. Say it. I am not going to go back into the unit for the real. She looked at me for a long second. She knew what I had not said. Wes, I am not going back tonight. She closed her eyes. She opened them. She did not say what she could have said. Go, she said. Inside. Lock the door. Page me if you hear anything. Page me if the phone rings and there's no one there. Page me if the cat is at the door. Go home, Vargas. Get your hand looked at. I will look at my hand. I got out.
I stood on the curb with the box.
She rolled the window down. "Wesley," she said. "Vargas, it is the worst kind of hope. I am asking you not to spend a week walking toward it because you cannot bear standing still." I did not answer her because I did not have an answer she would have liked. I nodded. She drove away.
I went up the stairs with the box. The orange cat was not on the stairs. The orange cat had not been on the stairs since the morning the cat ran from me. I had stopped expecting the cat. Upstairs, I locked the door. I put the box on the kitchen table next to the marble notebook and the manila folder. I sat down. I took the notebook off the table and opened it to the first blank page.
I wrote slowly. Tuesday night, May 5th. Unit 114 entered. Archive confirmed. Masters are physical. Pass 2 on Holloway Mariani K. Scheduled May 12th. Deploy held for subject recovery. Vargas on the grid now. This is the cost. I cannot bring her back by knowing she is lost.
I have been doing that for 10 days. She has until Tuesday. Delphine said not to go back. She is right. I stopped writing. I looked at the page. I sat at the kitchen table for a long time with my hand on the cover. The fluorescent in the kitchen buzzed at a note I could not have named 6 weeks ago and could not name now. And the silence under the buzz was the silence of a building whose hum had stopped being a hum and started being a tell. I lifted the pen and added one more line in smaller letters and underlined it. She is right, and I am going to go back. I closed the notebook. I did not sleep.
The stamp on the back of the manifest said the master of my mother's voice could only be played on one specific machine, and that any other machine would erase it on contact. Do not attempt field playback. Risk of source corruption. The most frightening and the saddest lines stay the flattest. My name is Wes Mariani. For 2 weeks, something had been editing reality out from under me, and it had taken my mother, and I had finally gotten my hands on the record of who she used to be. Of her real voice, locked in the archive. Now I knew that even if I stole it, the only thing that could play it without destroying it was a piece of hardware I had never seen, in a room I could not get back into. Except that I had seen it. Once. Gathering dust in the basement of the job I had walked away from. The catch was that to reach it, I had to walk back into a building where I was already a ghost, and the one person helping me had just become the most dangerous phone call I could make. The sun came up thin and gray, as if it had not committed to the idea of being the sun. It found me at the kitchen table, in the same clothes I had worn over the fence. The adrenaline was gone. In its place was the flat, granular exhaustion that comes after a night of no sleep. The kind that feels like you have fine sand behind your eyes. In its place was the flat, granular exhaustion that comes after a night of no sleep. The kind that feels like you have fine sand behind your eyes. The box sat on the table. Mariani W., Arlington Heights. It looked smaller in the daylight, stripped of its mythic quality. It was just a piece of office equipment I had stolen. The coffee I made had one purpose: to put something hot and brown inside me. Enjoyment was not on the list of requirements. I drank it and stared at the box, my reflection a pale ghost in the dark liquid. The cut on my palm from the top of the fence stung when I lifted the mug, and I did not mind it. The sting was the only thing that did not feel like exhaustion. I had been right about the shape of the thing. I had been right about the archive, the physical footprint, the system. And for all my being right, Delphine was a new line item on a watch list somewhere. And my mother was a closed ticket. She was overwritten. A version of herself restored from a backup that did not include me. Her true self archived in a place I could not reach. Being right was a QA concept. It meant she found the bug. It was not a currency that bought anything in the world outside the tracker. I reached into the box. I slid the folder out again. I did not need to. I knew what it said. I could have recited it from memory, the way I recited the first email to Delphine at Heinemann's, every typo and turn of phrase intact. But I opened it anyway, because something in me needed to see the instruction again, to believe the instruction was real. Pass 2 scheduled for May 12th maintenance window. Pending subject recovery to map. Pending. The word they had put on the lid of my box. The word they had put on my mother. A state of being not yet done. I traced the line with a fingertip. My hand was steady. It had been shaking when I poured the coffee, a low-frequency tremor from the adrenaline burning off. But it was not shaking now. The exhaustion was a physical weight on my shoulders. But under it, something else had cooled and set. The way concrete sets. A decision made in the dark is one kind of thing. A decision you can still see in the daylight is another. I was going back. That part was simple. It was the last line in the notebook. It was the only move on the board that was not waiting. Everything else was a reaction. Waiting for the next email. Waiting for the next deploy. Waiting for the agent to find Delphine. Going back was the first thing since writing to the architect that felt like I was setting a bet instead of just reading one. I closed the folder. I put it back in the box. I slid the lid on. I had the courage. I had the resolve. Those were not the issues. The issue was that you cannot just decide to walk into a place that is not on a map. Not twice. The agent knew the panel in the wall was a vulnerability. The agent would have fixed it. He would have been waiting. The plan that worked on Tuesday would be the plan that got me caught on Wednesday, or Thursday, or any day before the next deploy. I needed a new exploit. And after the exploit, I needed a plan for the payload. What do you do with a reel of someone's real voice? It was not a cassette or a CD. It was something older. A small reel of magnetic tape, the kind a recording studio or a police station in the 70s might have used. I did not own a machine that could play it. I did not know anyone who owned a machine that could play it. Stealing the source was one problem. Compiling it was another. The entire plan, the one that had just finished setting in my bones, depended on a piece of playback hardware I could not picture, let alone find. I stood up and walked to the window. The street below was doing its morning things. A delivery truck for the pierogi hut, a woman walking a small dog. The world going on, unpatched. I had days to find a door into a room that had no doors, and a key for a lock I did not have the specs for. I put my hand flat against the cool glass of the window, and I started building the test plan. The test plan was not a diagram on a napkin. It was a process. It was the way my brain works when it is faced with a system
that is trying to keep a secret. You do not hit the system with a hammer. You read the documentation the system itself provides, and you find the one line the engineer wrote that they assumed no one would ever read that carefully. I took the folder out of the box again. The morning light was on it now, catching the faint indentations from the typewriter keys. Mariani, Wesley S. Noticer, Class 2. I was a ticket. That was the first step. To accept the classification the system had given me. I laid the pages out on the Formica. I read them for what they said about the process, rather than for what they said about me or my mother. I read them like a spec sheet, like a set of engineering notes for a product I had to test, without a build. The language was dry, corporate, stripped of anything that was not operational. The master copy of my mother's voice was referred to as an archival asset. The reel itself was a physical media instance. The overwrite was a deploy. It was all the bloodless, careful language of a software company that did not want to admit its product could hurt people. I knew that language. I had written reports in that language for 6 years. I found the inventory manifest I'd not turned past in the Civic, tucked behind the deploy draft. It was a single page, a list of the assets that constituted the pending archive for one Wesley S. Mariani. My jacket, the bus transfer, the photograph, and at the bottom, a cross-reference. See asset KHMV1, Holloway Mariani. K, Voice Master, Physical. Format, Stratum 7. Stratum 7. It was the first hard, technical detail I had found. The name had the chilly, self-important sound of a proprietary standard, the kind of thing a company invents so it can control the entire ecosystem. Microsoft had done it. Apple had done it. And apparently the people behind the deploys had done it too. The plan had been simple. Get the reel, find a machine, play the tape. The words Stratum 7 put a crack right down the middle of that plan. I flipped through the rest of the pages. There was no appendix, no hardware requirements list, no spec sheet for Stratum 7. The what was on the page. The how was missing. It was the most familiar and infuriating problem in my entire professional life. It was a ticket from engineering that just said implemented, with no notes on how to actually run the feature. I spent 10 minutes hunting, my frustration building from a low hum to something sharp and acidic in my throat. I had stolen the user manual, and the manual was telling me to buy a piece of hardware that did not exist in any catalog I could access. The hope I had been carrying since I wrote the last line in my notebook, the hard, clean hope of a single, desperate, clarifying action, began to feel soft and stupid. What I had been calling a heist was a tech support call to a number that was not in service. I picked up the manifest again, ready to put it away, to admit I had hit a wall. I turned it over. The back was blank, except for a single line stamped in red ink at the bottom. The kind of note that gets added to a process document late in the game, after something has gone very wrong in the field, at least once. Playback requires certified station. Do not attempt field playback. Risk of source corruption. The words locked into place in my head, and the whole room seemed to get colder. Source corruption. It was a QA nightmare. It was the thing you fear most. Worse than the backup failing is the act of trying to restore the backup being the very thing that destroys it. The master was volatile. The original, true version of my mother's voice, the one that knew my name, was encoded on a medium so specific, so proprietary, that the wrong machine would erase it on contact. The plan was gone. I needed the real, and I needed their machine. I needed a certified station, a piece of hardware that was almost certainly sitting on a shelf or on a desk right next to the one I had to steal, inside a room I had no way of getting back into. I slumped back in the chair. I put my palms against my eyes, pressing until I saw faint spots of light in the darkness. The sand behind my eyes was back. The problem had escalated beyond a locked door. It was a locked ecosystem. I had the data, but the data was encrypted, and the key was a physical object I could not reach, and the penalty for trying the wrong key was the deletion of the very thing I was trying to save. It was the most elegant and cruel piece of engineering I had ever seen. The cordless phone on the wall mount rang. The sound cut through the quiet of the apartment, a shrill digital burr that was suddenly the most alien sound in the world. I flinched. My head came up. In the last 2 weeks, the only calls that had come to the landline had been my mother and the silent ones. I was out of mothers. I pushed back from the table and walked to the phone, my legs stiff. The small LCD screen just said a word I had come to hate. Unavailable. It could be them. It could be anyone. Or just the sound a system makes when it is checking that a line is active. I picked it up anyway. You cannot spend your whole life not answering the phone. Yeah. Mariani. Delphine's voice. Not relief. The sound of her was tight, stretched thin over a wire. Did you lock the door? I'm inside. I locked it. The deadbolt. And the chain. Vargas, I'm not dense. I'm not calling you dense. I'm asking if you put the chain on. A beat of silence. Did you? I looked at my front door. The brass chain was hanging loose. I walked over and slid it into its track. The click was loud enough for her to hear. It's on now. Good, she said. And a little of the tension went out of the word. But not all of it. Don't use your home phone. You called me on my home phone. I'm at a payphone, outside a laundromat in Des Plaines. Don't call me back. Don't call anyone. Use payphones. Quarters. Don't use the same one twice. She was reciting a list. Rules for a life I had not signed up to live. Are you okay? I asked. The question felt stupid and small as soon as I said it. I'm fine. She was lying. I could hear the lie. It was a small, practical lie. The kind you tell so you can get to the more important part of the conversation. Listen to me. They're on me. They're watching the unit, and they're watching the people who watch the unit. My car. My line. There are patterns. Little latencies on the line. Radio static that isn't random. He saw you, Mariani. He knows you have help. They're looking for the help. This is different now. I know. No, you don't. You know it for you. You've known it for a week. I'm new. I just got here. There was a sound of traffic behind her. A truck gearing down. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the light on the gravel. The way he turned his head. I stood by the door with the phone to my ear, looking back at the kitchen table, at the manifest page under the flat yellow light, at the words that had turned the whole thing sideways. Playback requires certified station. "Promise me something," she said, her voice dropping. "What?" "Promise me you're not thinking of going back, Mariani. For the real. For anything. It's a trap. They left it there for you to find so you'd try." I looked at the piece of paper. I read the stamped red ink again. Risk of source corruption. The plan was to go back and get the real and get their machine too. The plan was twice as reckless as the one she was imagining. My throat was dry. "I'm not," I said. The first real lie I had ever told her. It felt clumsy in my mouth, a foreign object. "It's a bad idea. It would be the end of me." The silence on the line had weight. It was the sound of her weighing the words, trying to decide if the man who had written the last line in his notebook yesterday was the same man on the phone today. I think she decided he was, or that she had to. "Okay," she said, softer. Good. She believed me. The shared space we had built at my kitchen table, the two of us against the unreadable text, fractured. It was just me now, alone with the box and the plan. "Just," she said, and then she stopped. "Just what, Vargas?" "They saw my face," she said, the words very clear, very spaced. "They have me on the list now, in a folder, whatever it is they do. So anything you do, anything you are thinking of doing, you have to assume they might be watching me for the echo of it, to see if I flinch. Do you understand what I'm saying?" I understood. She was the canary. She had just volunteered for a job she did not know she was taking, in a plan I had just sworn I was not building. My next move put me at risk and used her as a sensor network. It painted a target on her back to see if the organization was aiming. "I understand," I said. And the words were true. That was the worst part. "Be careful, Wes." She hung up. The dial tone was loud in my ear. I put the phone back on the wall mount and stood there for a moment, my hands still on the plastic. The lie felt like a physical pressure in the room, changing the density of the air. It was heavier than the box. It was the cost of the choice I had made in the dark. The one that still looked like a choice in the pale morning light. My plan to save my mother now had a new, required first step. The process would start by endangering the only person I had left. The lie was still in the room. It had weight. It took up space. I walked away from the wall mount, and the lie followed me, a shadow attached to my feet. At the kitchen table, the manifest page was a pale square under the weak morning light. Playback requires certified station. Do not attempt field playback. Risk of source corruption. The plan had been a one-way run. Now, it was a one-way run with a high probability of destroying the one thing I was trying to save on the way to the end. A new and special kind of failure. I had spent 6 years logging failures, and I had never imagined one this complete. I sat. I read the words again. I could have built a plan against malice. Malice is easy to understand. This was worse than malice. It was engineering, a systems architecture problem.
They had locked the data, made the key a physical object, made the data itself self-destructing. The cruelty was in the design. It was a designed feature, not an error. Certified station. The phrase looped in my head. A piece of hardware blessed by the manufacturer. A box that had the right drivers and firmware, the right physical connections to read a proprietary format without frying it. Stratum 7. It sounded like something you would see on the back of a sound card in a trade magazine. A new standard no one adopted. Proprietary format. Proprietary audio. I have been swimming in proprietary formats my whole career. Every console and sound chip, every game engine had its own weird, badly documented way of compressing and playing back a sound file. Most of them were just software. A codec you dropped into your code. But sometimes, for the really strange ones, you needed a dev kit, a special piece of hardware, a certified station. The thought came without a lightning strike. It was a slow connection, a circuit closing in a part of my brain that had been powered down for a week. It came with a smell. Dust. The faint metallic tang of cold solder and old capacitors. It came with a sound. A steady, perfect B-flat. The note the boiler in the basement at work had been humming for 6 years. Vector tangent software. The basement. I pushed back from the table. My own kitchen, my own apartment, the whole claustrophobic set of my life for the last 2 weeks just fell away. I was standing in the QA pit. I could see the row of CRTs along the far wall, the brick propping the fire door. And in the back corner, past the shelves of old builds and marketing materials, behind a stack of unsold boxes for a game that had shipped 3 years ago, was the audio room. It was not really a room, more an alcove, a space carved out for a sound designer who had quit in 1996, a graveyard of good intentions. In it, on a steel-framed desk, was the workstation for a game that had been canceled before it was ever announced. Crusader. Requiem. A gothic, ambient side project that was supposed to have a revolutionary audio engine. It used a custom-built sound card in a proprietary audio format no one had ever heard of before or since. It used a custom-built sound card in a proprietary audio format no one had ever heard of before or since. And next to the beige tower, cabled into a rat's nest of an AV patch bay, was the rest of the gear. A DAT machine, a sampler, and an old, heavy, quarter-inch reel-to-reel tape deck that the sound guy had insisted he needed for warmth. I stood very still in my kitchen. A custom workstation, a proprietary audio format, a reel-to-reel player, sitting 5 feet away from a patch bay that could route any signal to any input. It was the only shot I had. It was the shape of a key. I didn't know if it was the right key. I didn't know if Stratum 7 was the same forgotten standard as whatever Requiem had been built on. But I knew, with the kind of certainty that only comes when you have no other options, that the only certified station I had ever seen in my life was gathering dust in a basement in Arlington Heights. The hope, when it finally came, was a sharp and dangerous thing. It felt like grabbing a live wire. Because the solution was also the new impossible problem. I had not been to work since Monday, and even that had been a ghost's performance. A shape in a chair, a name on a list. I had not called in since. I had not paged. I was an unhandled exception, a process that had stopped responding. I saw Mira Patel's face in my head, the crisp set of her mouth, the way she tracked every single person in the building. I saw the seat assignment list by the engineering bullpen door, the one she updated every morning at 7:38 a.m. The question mark she had put by my name on Monday would still be there. Or maybe it had been replaced. Maybe by now it was just a blank space. To get to the key, I had to walk back into the life I had abandoned. I had to walk past Mira and Brett and old Pete and the whole QA pit and pretend to be the person I had been 2 weeks ago, a QA tester worried about skybox seams and the ship date for a game that was already dead. I had to become a ghost in my own history, moving through rooms where I was already in absence, to get to a machine that was twice the ghost I was. The test plan was no longer about a reel of tape. The test plan was about a building. The lie I told Delphine was that I was not going back to the unit. I hadn't lied about anything else. Going back into that storage lot would get me deleted. But walking into my own office, into the place I had a keycard for, a place where I was, at least on paper, still an employee, that was something else. A different kind of impossible. I looked at the box on the table. Then I looked at the door. My plan now had a physical address. Vector Tangent Software. 2121 South Gobert Road, Arlington Heights, Illinois. I had to go to work. I left the box on the table. The lie sat next to it. I put on my olive green jacket, the one from the manifest, and the familiar weight of it did nothing to make me feel more like myself. I checked my pockets for quarters. I had enough for one call. The payphone was 3 blocks away, outside a 7-Eleven, under a light that was supposed to be white, but had aged into a jaundiced yellow. The receiver was cold and smelled faintly of stale cigarette smoke and desperation. I paged her with the number of the payphone and my extension. Then I waited, leaning against the cold glass of the booth, watching cars hiss by on the wet pavement. It rang 2 minutes later, a harsh electronic warble. I picked it up on the first ring. Mariani. Her voice was all business. No room for anything else. I have a question, I said, keeping my own voice flat. Technical. Off the wall. Go. AOL. The back end. The actual server architecture. I was building the question as I spoke it, making it sound like a thought I was chasing. Did you guys ever run into proprietary hardware? One-off stuff from a vendor that went under? A box you couldn't get a service manual for, but had to keep running. There was a pause. It was the pause of someone thinking. The sound of her shifting from one kind of problem to another. Sometimes, she said, the old UUNet gateways had some weird cards in them, pre-buyout stuff. Why? Just thinking about legacy systems. How you keep them alive when you can't get parts. What happens when the one guy who knew how it worked is gone. I was talking about the sound designer from Vector Tangent. I was talking about a reel-to-reel tape deck in a basement. She thought I was talking about a server in a data center. The lie held. You find a workaround, she said. You pull the logs, read the assembly, build a clean room version of whatever black box is giving you trouble. It's just a system. Every system has an edge you can get a finger under. She was trying to help. She was giving me the answer she thought I needed. And as she said the word system, I heard it. Under her voice. The sound was clean, without static or the fuzz of a bad connection on a payphone line. It was the sound of air, a faint, consistent hiss, the sound a sensitive microphone makes when it is active in a quiet room. The exact, specific texture of an open line that is not supposed to be open. I had heard it once before, in the middle of the night, from a caller with no number. I heard it for a moment that stretched. Then a click. Tiny, almost imperceptible. The hiss was gone. Delphine was still talking, her voice suddenly too loud in the dead quiet of the line. So you treat it like any other escalation. You just have to assume the documentation is a lie. Mariani? You still there? My knuckles were white where I was gripping the receiver. The plastic was slick with a cold sweat that was not there a few seconds ago. Yeah, I said. My throat was tight. Yeah, I'm here. That helps. Thanks, Vargas. It's just a box, she said. Don't let it spook you. I won't, I said. It was the second lie. I've got to go. I did not wait for her to say goodbye. I hung up the phone, placing the receiver back into its cradle with a hand that was not quite steady. The click of the plastic was final. The lie I had told her on my home phone, the one about not going back, had been a strategic choice, a kindness, I had thought, a way to keep her out of it. I had been wrong. The lie was no strategy. It was the only thing I had done right all night. She had not been paranoid. They had seen her. They were on her now. Her phone was a microphone. Every word I said to her was a word I was saying to them. Contact was a live feed. I stood in the yellow light of the 7-Eleven, the traffic a blur. I had a plan, a key, a destination, and not nearly enough time. And I was, for the first time since I dialed her number 2 weeks ago, completely and utterly alone. The plan to save my mother now depended on it. There's a failure mode in testing where running the test is the thing that breaks what you are testing. We save the worst name for the worst version of it. You go to restore the backup, and the restore is the operation that corrupts the source. You get to make that mistake exactly one time. Somewhere in a basement in Arlington Heights sat a machine that could read my mother's real voice off a reel of magnetic tape. Somewhere in the same town sat a machine that would erase it on contact. They might be the same machine. The only way to find out was to feed a known good tape into the deck, press play, watch the needle, and hope the needle was the only thing that moved. I woke up to the sound of the boiler downstairs failing to make a noise, because there was no boiler downstairs, just a furnace, and the furnace did not hum. I had been listening for a B-flat. My apartment was the wrong shape for the sound I wanted to hear. It was Thursday, May 7th. 5 days until Tuesday. I sat up, and the cut on my palm from the top of the fence stung against the edge of the comforter. The sting was the only part of me that had committed to being awake. The rest of me was a process that needed a power cycle, and was not going to get one. The olive jacket hung on the back of the kitchen chair. The box sat on the kitchen table. The folder was inside the box, the inventory manifest inside the folder, the red ink stamp on the back of the manifest. And I did not need to take any of it out again. The words had moved into the apartment with me overnight. I did not call Delphine. I did not call anyone. I drank a glass of water at the sink, which was as close to breakfast as the morning was going to get, and I put on the olive jacket and went down the back stairs to the lot behind the pierogi hut. The Civic was where she had said it would be, with the keys under the visor and the gas tank half full. I sat in the driver's seat and put my hands on the wheel. At 10 and 2. And I drove to work. Vector Tangent Software was at 2121 South Gobert Road, in a low brown brick block of the kind that the 80s built and the 90s had been politely embarrassed about. 2 stories above ground, 1 below. The QA pit was below. The parking lot wrapped around 3 sides of the building, and the loading dock was on the back, which faced a chain-link fence and a strip of weedy gravel and not much else. The parking lot wrapped around 3 sides of the building, and the loading dock was on the back, which faced a chain-link fence and a strip of weedy gravel and not much else. I parked at the far end of the lot, where the back of the building was a wall and not a window. I walked to the loading dock door with the keycard in my hand. I did not look up at the front entrance, which Mira could see from her desk on the 2nd floor. The card reader gave me a green light. The door clicked. I went in. The loading bay smelled like dust and old cardboard. The freight elevator on the right took you up to receiving. The stairwell on the left took you down to the basement. I took the stairwell. The basement smelled like the boiler in the back room. The boiler hummed at B-flat, which I would have recognized if I had been blindfolded and dropped into the building from a helicopter. The note was not exactly B-flat, but within a quarter tone of it. I had asked Pete about it once, and he had said the boiler man tuned it to whatever made his elbow stop hurting, and his elbow's pitch was idiosyncratic. Pete had used the word idiosyncratic. Old Pete owned a vocabulary that did not match the company he worked for. That was one of the things I liked about him. The hallway from the stairwell to the QA pit took you past the engineering bullpen door. The door was propped half open, the way it always was, with the Yellow Pages directory shoved under the bottom edge. The corkboard with the seat assignment list was on the wall, just inside the bullpen, where Mira could update it without entering anyone else's space. She was there. I saw her through the gap between the door and the jamb. She was facing the corkboard, with a red marker in her right hand, and she had not heard me coming because the hallway carpet ate footsteps. She was looking at my row. My question mark was still there, in the 4th column, where my Thursday status would have gone. My question mark was still there, in the 4th column, where my Thursday status would have gone. She drew a line through the question mark with the red marker. 1 pen stroke. She did not write anything new beside it. She just canceled the question. Then she capped the marker, set it in the tray under the corkboard, and turned around. I was already past the door by the time she turned. I did not look back. I went the rest of the way down the corridor to the QA pit door, and I let myself in. The QA pit was the QA pit. 6 rows of desks, 4 desks to a row, all of them facing the far wall where the row of CRT monitors lived. The fluorescents flickered in the spot above the 3rd row, where they had been flickering since I had started in 1992. The fluorescents flickered in the spot above the 3rd row, where they had been flickering since I had started in 1992. The fire door at the back was propped open with a brick, which it was not supposed to be, which it always was. The boiler hummed. Brett Fly was at his desk. He had a Mountain Dew can on top of his CRT and a copy of Game Pro spread open on his keyboard, and he was leaning back in his chair with his sneakers on the edge of the desk, the way he always did when he was waiting for a build to compile. He had been waiting for a build to compile most of the time I had known him. He saw me and swung his feet down off the desk in one motion.
He did not stand up. Mariani. Brett. You're alive. For now. He looked at me for a second longer than he had ever looked at me before. Brett Fly never noticed anything about anyone. He was noticing something about me. Pete said you'd come back. Did he? Yesterday at lunch. He said it like he knew. I did not know what to do with that, so I did not do anything with it. I sat down at my desk, which was 3 over from Brett Fly's and 1 row back, and I turned my CRT on. The phosphor took its usual 6 seconds to bloom. The bug tracker login screen came up. My password still worked, which meant my account had not been deactivated, which meant someone in the building still had me on the roster. Mira, probably. She had canceled the question mark with the red marker. Now I knew what the cancellation meant. It was an undeletion. She was holding the door open for me. I logged a bug on Crusader Vector, a skybox seam I had logged twice before, and that the art lead had marked cannot reproduce both times. I logged it a 3rd time, with new screenshots, because logging it was the cover, and the cover had to look like work. The art lead would mark it cannot reproduce again. That was fine. The transaction was the point. I went up for coffee at 10:30. The break room was on the basement level, between the QA pit and the boiler room, and it smelled like coffee and microwave popcorn and the dust from a vending machine that had not been refilled since the previous Christmas. Old Pete was at the round table by the window. He had his bun drip mug and a paper plate with a piece of toast on it that I knew without asking he had toasted in the toaster he kept in his desk drawer, because the break room toaster did not toast bread to his standard. He looked up. He did not look surprised. He did not look anything in particular. He looked at me the way he looked at a build report he was about to ask a question about. Wes. Pete. Sit. I sat. The vinyl on the chair was patched with masking tape over a tear, and the tape was older than the QA pit. Pete pushed the paper plate to the middle of the table, which was his way of offering you toast without saying the words. I took a corner of it. It was good toast. It was always good toast. Pete's toast was the only thing in the building that worked exactly the way it was supposed to. He did not ask me where I had been. He did not ask me if I was all right. He drank from the bun drip mug, and he looked out the window at the lot, where a delivery truck was reversing into the loading bay. And after a while, he said, "You came back. Looks like. You came back for something." I looked at him. He looked at me. "I do not need to know," he said. "I am asking you to be careful with whatever it is. There is a particular shape a person has when they have walked into a building to do a thing they have not told anyone they are going to do. You have that shape today." He drank from the mug. He set it down. He did not look at me again. "Be careful, Wes." It was not the line of his I had been bracing for. I had been bracing for the warm line about food, the one that had once been a real piece of him, and now lived in my head as the one piece of him that would have been broken if it had come at me from the wrong direction. He did not say it. He said the careful one, which was different and worse, because it meant he had read me cleanly and was going to let me leave the table without making me defend the read. I finished the corner of toast. I drank the coffee. I went back to the pit. The afternoon was a process I let happen.
I logged 2 more bugs and made it look like I was using the network share. I went to the bathroom 3 times for no reason. At 3:30, Brett Fly's build finished compiling, and he made the sound he always made when a build finished compiling, which was a small, private noise of satisfaction that I had never figured out how to spell. I almost looked at the Pierogi Hut takeout menu pinned to the side of my cube wall. I did not look at it. The menu had been pinned there by the version of me who had a mother to take a pierogi home to. And that version of me did not need the menu reread today. The fluorescent above the 3rd row flickered. The boiler hummed. I waited. At 6, the front office staff went home. The engineering bullpen emptied at 6:30, in the way the engineering bullpen always emptied out, in a long, jagged drift of 2 and 3 people at a time over the course of 40 minutes. At 6:30, the engineering bullpen emptied, in the way the engineering bullpen always emptied out, in a long, jagged drift of 2 and 3 people at a time over the course of 40 minutes. At 7:15, Brett Fly stood up and stretched, and asked if I wanted to grab a beer at the place on Algonquin. I said no, I was finishing something. He shrugged. He left. At 7:30, the QA pit was empty, except for me. The fluorescents in the pit went into after-hours mode at 7:45, which meant most of them turned off, and the row over the 3rd row, the one that flickered, stayed on. The room got dimmer in a step. The shadows under the desks got longer. The boiler in the back, which was loud all day because the room was full, was suddenly the loudest thing in the building. I did not see Mira leave. Not at 6. Not at 6:30. Not at 7. I had not seen her leave at all. The thought sat on the back of my neck, the way a hand sits there. I let it sit. I stood up. I walked to the back of the pit. The audio room alcove was behind the shelves of old builds and the stack of unsold boxes for Riverboat Tycoon, which had shipped in 1995 and had not sold its first warehouse run by 1998 and was never going to. The boxes were still shrink-wrapped. The shrink wrap was sun-yellowed where the light from the propped-open fire door had touched it for 3 years. I moved a stack of 4 boxes aside, the way the sound designer had once moved them aside, and I went into the alcove. It was the same alcove. The dust was 1996 dust. The Crusader Requiem workstation sat under a sheet of clear plastic that had originally been clear and was now the color of an old aquarium. It was the same alcove. The dust was 1996 dust. The Crusader Requiem workstation sat under a sheet of clear plastic that had originally been clear and was now the color of an old aquarium. Under the plastic was the beige tower, the steel-framed desk, the patch bay, the DAT, the sampler, and the reel-to-reel deck. I lifted the plastic off and folded it. The dust did not move because the plastic had sealed it down. I sat in the rolling chair. The seat exhaled a little. The beige tower's power button was a recessed push button with a green LED. I pushed it. The tower made the noise an old PC makes when you wake it up, which is a noise that contains a fan and hard drive and a small, reluctant electronic complaint about being woken up. The engineer's calm over a bad night's sleep. Let the short declarative sentences land flat, and let the silences do the work. The CRT on the desk took its usual time. The boot screen was a custom one. The sound designer had set the machine to display a single line in monospace on a black background. Stratum Audio Workstation, Crusader Requiem. Sound design, 1995 to 1996. The line had not been updated since the sound designer had quit. The system came up. It was older than Windows, something flat in command line on a custom audio kernel I had not opened up since 1996. The cursor blinked. I did not type anything. I went to the shelf above the deck. The shelf had 3 things on it: a small black pouch with a head cleaning kit, a green plastic notebook with the sound designer's handwriting on the cover, Cruce Rec, Daylog, and a square plastic case the size of a sandwich. The case had a typewriter face sticker on the front. It said, Stratum 7, calibration tape, 0 decibels, 1 kilohertz. Keep dry. I picked it up. I opened it. Inside was a small reel of magnetic tape on a clear plastic spool, with the trailer leader threaded through a paper sleeve so it would not unspool. It was the exact kind of reel I had seen on the shelf at Unit 114, in the box labeled Holloway, Mariani, K. A known good test tape, the closest thing in the world to a smoke test for the certified station. I threaded it onto the deck. I had not threaded a reel-to-reel in 6 years, since college, but the muscle memory came back the way muscle memory does, in the hands first, and then in the head. I set the tape over the supply spindle and threaded the leader past the head assembly and onto the take-up spool and engaged the pinch roller and pressed play. The deck started moving. The tape pulled through cleanly. The needle on the level meter twitched into the green. I waited for the tone. The tone came. 3 seconds of clean, dead center, 1 kilohertz sine wave, the way the sticker said it would be. The needle held in the green. The screen showed a green waveform in the corner of the audio kernel that was a textbook 1 kilohertz at 0 decibels. Then the tone changed. It did not break, or even become noise. It became a pitch-shifted slurry, like the 1 kilohertz tone was being played back by an instrument that did not know what 1 kilohertz was. The frequency drifted up by maybe 20 cents. The amplitude swam. The waveform on the screen went from a clean green sine to a clean green sine that was being slowly knifed by a second, slightly faster green sine. And the interference pattern was the audio equivalent of 2 clocks that thought it was different times. I stopped the deck. I knew what it was. I had seen it on a console hardware bench in 1996, debugging the audio output of a Sega Saturn dev kit that had been built by someone who did not understand the Saturn's audio clock was not exactly 44.1 kilohertz. The fix had been a clock rate translator. A hardware guy named Ronan had taken 3 afternoons to design. The deck's read head was reading the magnetic surface of the Stratum 7 tape, which was good. The deck's clock was running at a different rate than the rate the tape had been recorded at, which was bad. The deck would never play a Stratum 7 source cleanly without a clock rate translator between the read head and the audio kernel. That was problem 1. I rewound the tape. I took it out of the deck. I held it under the lamp on the desk and I tilted the reel so the light caught the magnetic surface at a low angle. It was a scuff. It was small. Nothing a person who had not been looking for it would ever notice. A faint, paler line across the recorded surface where the deck's reed head had touched the tape and where the head's alignment had been off by some small mechanical fraction, and where the difference between the head's true center and the tape's true center had translated into a moving contact patch that had abraded the magnetic coating in a way the manufacturer of the tape had not intended. The calibration tape was now a worse version of itself. The red ink stamp on the back of the manifest was not abstract anymore.
I put the tape back in its case. I closed the case. I set it down on the desk.
I sat very still in the rolling chair for a moment, because the chair was the kind that does not let you sit very still in it without a small protest. And the protest of the chair was the only sound in the room, other than the boiler, humming through the back wall.
2 problems. 2 pieces of hardware.
Problem 1 was a clock rate translator. I needed to know what clock rate the Stratum 7 format used, and I needed to design, or borrow, or steal a board that would convert it to whatever clock rate the Crusader Requiem workstation expected. The green plastic notebook on the shelf, the day log with Cruss Rec on the cover in the sound designer's handwriting, would have the workstation's clock rate written down somewhere in its first 10 pages, because every audio guy in the 90s had written his clock rates down on the inside cover of his day log. The Stratum 7 clock rate I would have to get from somewhere else. The manifest did not say. The deployed draft did not say. Problem 2 was a head alignment fixture. The deck's reed head was not perfectly aligned with the tape path. It had been close enough in 1996 to play the workstation's own internal format tapes, which were cut for this exact deck. It was not close enough to play a Stratum 7 Master, which was cut for a head alignment that had been certified at the factory. To align the head, I would need a precision micrometer, a calibration alignment tool that fit this specific deck, which I would have to either find in the alcove or build, and a steady hand. The steady hand was the least of it. Delphine had told me, at the payphone the previous night, that the way you handled this kind of problem was to build a clean room version of whatever the black box was. She had been talking about an AOL server. She had not known she was talking about a reel-to-reel tape deck and a custom sound card in a basement in Arlington Heights. I had been the one who had not told her. I had been the one who had needed her to say it to me, because the words clean room were the words I had not been able to find on my own. The clean room was here. The clean room was 1996. I opened the green plastic notebook. The sound designer's handwriting was a tight, angular hand that looked like an engineer trying to write fast. The first page was a list of clock rates for 3 competing audio formats, and the workstation's native rate, 48 kilohertz exactly, not the off-by-a-hair clock the Saturn dev kit had used. The Stratum 7 clock rate was not in the notebook. The Stratum 7 format was not in the notebook at all. The sound designer had quit before Stratum 7 had come across his bench. The Stratum 7 format was not in the notebook at all. The sound designer had quit before Stratum 7 had come across his bench. I copied the workstation's clock rate onto a sticky note and put the sticky note in my pocket. I put the notebook back on the shelf, exactly where I had taken it from. I powered the workstation down. The CRT clicked off. The tower fan wound down. I draped the clear plastic back over the rig, the way it had been when I had walked in. I left the calibration tape on the shelf, in its case, between the head cleaning kit and the green notebook. I did not take it with me. The calibration tape stayed in 1996. I moved the stack of 4 Riverboat Tycoon boxes back to where it had been. I stepped out of the alcove. I checked the dust on the floor where I had walked. The dust was disturbed in a small oval around the chair. It would settle. It would not give me up tonight. I walked back through the QA pit toward my desk. There was a folded piece of paper on my keyboard. It had not been there at 7:30 when I had stood up. I picked it up. It was a single small rectangle of typewriter paper, folded once, with the folds sharp, the way a person who creases paper with a fingernail creases it. I opened it. The handwriting was Mira's, in red marker, in the same red marker she'd canceled my question mark with that morning. Friday, 17:30. That was it. No signature, no explanation. A day and a time. Friday was tomorrow. 5:30 p.m. was the time the building emptied down to the second floor. Mira was setting an appointment with me on the seat assignment list she did not have to maintain. She was telling me what to do and when, and she was using a medium that left no electronic trace. I folded the paper. I put it in the inside pocket of the olive green jacket, next to the sticky note with the workstation's clock rate on it. I left. The parking lot was empty, except for 2 cars. One was the Civic at the far end of the lot where I had parked it. The other was a silver Buick in the closest row to the front entrance, with its front bumper a foot inside the white line of the visitor space. It was idling. The exhaust came up through the cold air in a steady plume that the sodium lights caught. I could not see the driver. The windows were tinted in the wrong shade, the dark shade that you can do yourself with a kit you buy at the hardware store, and they were tinted on a Buick that had no business being at vector tangent software at 11 p.m. on a Thursday. It was the same model and year and color of the Buick my mother had driven, from 1990 to 1996. I walked to the Civic. I did not look at the Buick. I unlocked the driver's side. I got in. I started the engine. I pulled out of the lot the long way, going right, away from the front entrance and the silver Buick. And I took the back road past the Hoffman Estates Jewel in the closed muffler shop on Roselle. The Buick did not follow me. The Buick was not waiting to be followed. The Buick was a statement. I drove home with the cut on my palm pressing against the steering wheel, the note from Mira in the inside pocket of the jacket, and the sticky note with 48 kilohertz on it, folded next to the note from Mira. I parked the Civic behind the pierogi hut. I sat in the driver's seat with the engine off, and the cold came in through the windows, and the Civic ticked the way it ticks when it has been driven somewhere it did not need to go. I went up the back stairs. The apartment was the apartment. The box was on the kitchen table. The folder was inside the box. The cat was not on the stairs. I locked the deadbolt and put the chain on. I put the note from Mira on the kitchen table, next to the box. Friday, 17:30. I had 2 pieces of hardware to build, and 4 days to build them. The last time I had built something at this pace, it had been a build I was about to recommend we cancel. I did not turn the kitchen light off.